Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 3:46 p.m. and the Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Agriculture as outlined in Resolution E2. Resolved that the sum not exceeding $46,682,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Agriculture pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Agriculture to opening comments for up to an hour, if he wishes, and to introduce the staff to the committee. I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Before I proceed, as you mentioned, I would like to introduce some members of my senior team who are joining me here. Supporting me are Loretta Robichaud, the Deputy Minister of the Department of Agriculture, and Jen Thompson with our Crown Lending Division. We will be joined by Michael O'Brien, who is the Executive Director at the Department of Finance and Treasury Board. As well, at some point they'll switch out, and also welcome to our senior staff here in the room as well. I am happy to be here to talk about agriculture and the work that the Department of Agriculture does. It's always a good day when I have the opportunity to share the great work farmers are doing in this province. Also, the great work my team does, showing up in every community from Cape Breton through Nepan and down to the French and South Shores. Working closely with our beef producers, dairy and egg farmers, grape growers, beekeepers, fruit and vegetable growers, and more, to work with them to keep Nova Scotians fed and local rural economies supported. There's no question agriculture is a vital and historic part of life in Nova Scotia. It's a historic industry that continues to put food on our tables, drive innovation, and support our economies, employing thousands of people across the province, especially in our rural communities. Agriculture is a key part of healthy, resilient communities and economies, which support this government's top priorities. Those priorities are a world-class healthcare system, building a skilled workforce, more housing, helping families, and growing the economy. We emerged from the pandemic with a rapidly growing population, stronger economics, and exciting prospects ahead. Our government is focused on helping to move our province forward, investing in healthcare, housing, helping families, and growing the economy. These investments are all connected. They support growth. We've been making progress and will continue to build on the strong foundation we've laid. Agriculture is key to this work. Farmers produce healthy, quality food that feed families, create jobs, and run businesses that fuel a healthy economy and communities. Today, I'm pleased to update you on our department's progress and programs designed to support those outcomes. What does the Department of Agriculture do? Let's start simply. The department helps support, promote, and grow agriculture throughout the province. How do we do that? In part, we help connect people to the quality food, beverages, and products grown right here at home. We also deliver on programs, services, and policies that support farmers and food processors throughout the province to help them be more innovative, resilient, and sustainable. By working with farmers, community groups, and partners, we help increase the province's food supply and improve food self-sufficiency. This means more local food is grown and eaten here at home. Our department is also in the business of promoting farmers' quality products. We use marketing to connect and inform Nova Scotians about our producers, to share what is in season and where to get it, and to promote buying local food and beverage. Then there's the economic growth and sustainability of the agriculture and agri-food sector itself. We support that growth and sustainability through the programs we offer, both provincially and with our federal partners. Our aim is to help food and beverage producers and processors so they can prosper. On top of that, we oversee the province's agriculture legislation, and we provide production, risk management tools, business development and financing, and credit counseling for agriculture. These are big bucket labels I'm sharing, but each bucket is filled with actions and outcomes. I'm going to take you through some of those and share a bit about what type of year it's been for the industry and what we've done to try to help. First, let's talk numbers. Data from the first 3 quarters of last year is in, and so far, Nova Scotia is seeing a 3.5% increase in farm cash receipts. That's an impressive $26 million increase. It brought the total to $755.6 million compared to $729.4 million from the same period in 2022. A little over half of that is from Nova Scotia supply-managed industries, including dairy, poultry, and eggs. Other major contributors so far include cattle at more than $40 million, blueberries, cannabis, floriculture, sod, and fresh field vegetables bringing in more than $30 million for each category. Fresh apples at $27 million, and Christmas trees at $25 million. I've talked about jobs, Mr. Chair. It's no surprise people all over our province are working hard to drive this sector that we all benefit from. In 2023, 5,300 people earned a living by being directly employed in the primary production of agriculture in Nova Scotia. That's up from last year, 5,050. And we're looking at about 11,000 jobs across primary agriculture and food and beverage manufacturing. When we talk about jobs, sometimes we can forget to talk about people. But that's not the case in agriculture. People are at the heart of what we do. Often, farmers' businesses are knit together with their homes and their families. I've met with many producers over the past 2.5 years. They've been kind enough to invite me to their farms, their production facilities, and in their homes. I've met their families and those who work with them. Their businesses are driving local food production and helping rural economies across the province. Staying on the topic of jobs, jobs in agricultural research and agritech are attracting a new generation of young innovators who are passionate about the future of agriculture. And this is important. Attracting a new generation is key to the future of agriculture. So the average age of a Nova Scotia farmer is 58, and that average may very well increase unless we act and work to bring young people into industry and to encourage those who are in it to stay. That's why, in 2022, we set up the first Minister's Youth Council for Agriculture. With input from the 10-member council, we developed the Plant Your Roots program. I'm so proud of this program, Mr. Chair. It's a highly successful program to help support young people entering agriculture. It helps with the cost of succession for those growing or taking on an existing business. It offers as much as $100,000 in interest rebates up to a 4-year period. That's a substantial increase from the $30,000 rebate that was previously offered through a program called Farm Next. And we just hosted the Digital Harvest Conference for young and innovative farmers throughout the province to learn about marketing and communications from industry giants like Google and Pinterest. The event was followed by the Youth Council's Agri-Event Reception, where council members announced a new mentorship program that will support young people with aspirations in agriculture to work alongside established producers and agribusiness owners. And that's not all we're doing to attract talented young people to agriculture. We also have the Agriculture Skills Student Bursary Program that rewards students who work on farms throughout the summer. We fund it jointly with our federal partners. These bursaries help address the labour gap for primary agriculture producers in Nova Scotia, and they introduce agriculture as a viable career option for students. We awarded 51 bursaries in fiscal 22, 23, 24. And to interest even more of the next generation, our Agriculture in the Classroom program teaches public school students where their food comes from. It also shows them the importance of agriculture to our province and that it's a very rewarding career choice. We send free learning resources to teachers at more than 300 schools from pre-primary to grade 12. I've been to some of the schools. just this week in fact, to see the program in action, and it gives me faith that our industry will be in good hands with future generations. The department is also reaching out and encouraging people to get excited about our sector, especially those in underrepresented groups. There are several initiatives underway to support diversity and inclusion in agriculture. We're seeing good success with these programs, like our Honoring Mi'kmaq Roots, an entrance scholarship and student internship for a Mi'kmaq student pursuing a career in agriculture. The first successful recipient began her studies this past September and will join the department for a paid internship this summer. We're happy to have her in the industry, and we wish her success. We also have the Grow Where You're Planted Scholarship. This is an entrance scholarship and summer internship for an African Nova Scotian student pursuing a career in agriculture. The first successful recipient began her studies in September 2022 and joined the department for a paid internship last summer. The same student will return to the department again this summer. Black Youth Planting Their Future program. The department expanded the program that was started by Public Works to Bible Hill, and we continue to partner with 6 other departments to support Black students with summer employment. One of the goals of this initiative is to expose them to careers in public service and agriculture. The program continues to grow, and I'm proud to share that the department is hiring a returning student as youth program coordinator for the summer of 2024. Again, this is exciting. It's good to see a real impact, and I know these students will do great work. Working with our federal partners through the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership, we call SCAP, as well as our partners at the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture, Dalhousie Agricultural Campus, and African Nova Scotian Affairs, the department supports Bridge into Agriculture. This is a 22-week training program for African Nova Scotians to introduce horticulture food production. Work like this helps to get more people into the industry and contributes to our work to get more local food on local plates. Now, getting more local food on Nova Scotians' plates doesn't mean we aren't looking for opportunities outside our borders. In fact, we have a number of producers that grow really well here in Nova Scotia and are in high demand globally. Exports totaled $495 million in 2023, nearly $500 million. Major markets are the United States at 64%, the Netherlands, South Korea, Japan, and Germany, all at about 4 to 5%. One product that we see exceptional export of is blueberries. Millions of pounds are exported worldwide each year, totaling more than $121 million. That's 24% of all agri-food exports. And consumer demand for many of our products is growing, not just blueberries. International buyers are also interested in products like our prepared grains, pastas, live plants and trees, and frozen vegetables. Nova Scotia is a small geographic area with big tastes and tremendous reach. That's what makes us unique in the world market. What this success really represents is a tremendous amount of hard work in an industry that is rarely predictable. In fact, few other sectors are as susceptible to the depth and breadth of risks faced by our producers. That's why we are proud to offer a suite of business risk management programs. These are the tools to help producers manage risk. They provide protection against income and production losses. These programs are voluntary and demand-driven and are national in scope. They offer support like insurance, income stability, investment matching, and disaster relief. For example, crop insurance has been in place in the province for more than 55 years. And the federal and provincial governments pay approximately 60% of premiums. That means for every dollar that a producer has paid in premiums, approximately $2.83 has been paid in claims. We've insured more than $90 million in crops last year and nearly $169 million in livestock. We've also been working with industry and our Atlantic colleagues to understand what a livestock price insurance program, similar to what the Western provinces have, could look like for our Atlantic provinces. More good news. The Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership continues to support an increase in the Agri-Stability Program. The compensation rate was raised to 80% from 70% in the 2023 program year. This meant an additional $72 million throughout Canada to help protect producers against large declines in farming income for reasons such as production loss, increased costs, and market conditions. In addition to these business risk management programs, we are working to support farmers in times of very challenging situations, like extreme weather events. In February 2023, we had the extreme cold snap known as the polar vortex. When it happened, early assessments showed that the majority of grapes, raspberries, peaches, cherries, and plums could be lost. When we heard about the impacts to the sector, we worked with our partners at Horticulture Nova Scotia to quickly launch a program to support these producers. To date, we've assisted 106 producers to maintain their crops in the wake of the extensive damage caused by this extreme cold. And we're working with industry to design and roll out the next phase of the program this spring. Only a few short months ago, after the polar vortex, Nova Scotia set a record that none of us ever hoped we would, with the province's worst wildfires in recent history burning through forests, lands, and homes. On the news and social media, we saw stories of farmers showing up for their communities, organizing emergency evacuation options for horses and herds. People were opening their barns and their homes. We saw the devastation and responded, with staff reaching out to understand how we could help. We quickly provided $2,500 grants to registered farms in the mandatory evacuation zones. Our support totaled $40,000 for emergency response for farmers and businesses impacted by wildfires. We also moved to add wildfires to our crop insurance plans, so coverage would be in place if it was ever needed again. Now, I've listed two major disruptions to our industry in early 2023, but after a dry spring came flooding, followed by an extended wet period and reoccurring rain. When the floods happened, I attended a town hall meeting organized by the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture and heard the stories of how farmers were affected. Hearing what was needed, we deployed our staff, including our regional ag reps. These ag reps are phenomenal. The boots on the ground work they do to support farmers is not only impressive, truly makes a difference. In the case of the flooding this past July, our ag reps and department staff at regional offices throughout the province helped producers navigate through the Federal Disaster Financial Arrangements Assistance Program, or DFAA, administered by the Provincial Emergency Measures Office. In addition to the floods, it was a wet season. From June through to August 2023, the Kentville Weather Station measured precipitation on 53 out of 92 days. That is substantial, with 5 days having more than 25 millimeters of rain. This created significant problems for farmers, including field access, crop quality, crop management, pest control. Wildfires, floods, and ongoing rain and wet conditions took their toll on agriculture in 2023, leaving thousands of hectares of damage, including extensive crop and yield loss. As I've said, agriculture is essential to feed our families, support the economy, and maintain a healthy provincial food supply. That's why, to make sure our industry was supported, we recently launched the 2023 Season Response Program. This new funding will help fruit, vegetable, berry, and forage farmers as they recover and plan for their upcoming growing season. This program builds on the existing supports to bridge the gap for those still facing challenges or who are not able to access other government support programs. There's no question this year was difficult. The weather was severe, and it's clear the effects of climate change are being felt by everyone, especially farmers. We know it's time to plan and prepare to adapt to climate change and adopt new innovative tools and practices. I know you've probably seen the solar panels on barn roofs. Our industry is already at the table finding ways to be more sustainable, and we've been at that table with them. We've worked with the Department of Environment and Climate Change and the talented team at Perennia, our Crown Corporation, to develop and fund climate change adaptation plans. We're also supporting producers to become more energy efficient, which saves them money and reduces their electricity and fossil fuel footprint. We also fund an on-site energy manager for agriculture at Efficiency Nova Scotia. Craig Porter helps farmers determine which upgrades to make and how to secure funding to help make them. Since September 2017, through our work with Efficiency Nova Scotia, there have been about 300 projects completed, more than $1.7 million in electricity saved per year, and more than $1.3 million in incentives provided directly to farmers. There was also a reduction of more than 6,700 tons of carbon dioxide per year. It's been so successful that this year we engaged a second energy manager to help agricultural not-for-profit organizations in a similar way. We've also had great success with a variety of programs, including ones that address climate change through the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership that I referenced earlier, SCAP. With a new agreement reached last July, we've secured $9.25 million annually for Nova Scotia producers. That's a 25% increase from the last agreement. It boosts our business risk management programs, too. For Nova Scotia, it means increased investment through provincially delivered programs that focus on building sector capacity, science and innovation, climate change and environmental stewardship, resilience and public trust, business risk management programs, and market development. This year, through SCAP, we rolled out a number of programs. One I'd like to focus on is the Resilient Agricultural Landscape Program. Gets shortened to RALP. 44 farms have benefited from this program, and we've committed $793,000. RALP supports farmers as they build on their commitment to environmental stewardship. They can do this by adapting farm practices that respond to climate change and decrease greenhouse gas emissions. Through this program, farmers received funding to purchase no-till equipment and install ponds and pollinator strips. This program was oversubscribed. That means we had more people apply than expected, and that's a good thing. Again, this saves farmers money and supports environmental sustainability. These types of programs help lower impacts on the environment, but they also help lower the cost of production. And we all know costs have been on the rise. We're feeling it in our everyday lives, and the agricultural sector is no exception. Fuel prices are coming down from historic levels, but they remain high. Industry-specific costs for things like fertilizer continue to climb. Increased costs mean it's more expensive to produce food. Through the agreements I mentioned with our federal partners and through our own provincial programs, we are working to help. For example, we offer support programs as well as flexible loan payments through the Farm Loan Board that help to free up cash flow. We also continue to help farmers adopt innovative tools and practices that reduce labor and farm input costs, and programs to help with basic costs, like the cost of hauling fertilizer and purchasing new equipment. Part of my department's mandate is to support and encourage local food consumption. That gives Nova Scotians more food choices, increases access to food, and supports our local farmers. In support of local, the department has run several successful buy local initiatives to raise awareness and sales of our fresh and exceptional quality agri-food, seafood, and beverage products. At festivals and events throughout the past year, our local food products have been profiled and marketed. We've highlighted Nova Scotia beef through social media and television campaigns, and we've partnered with major Nova Scotia food events to make sure that local producers are represented. We've also undertaken numerous projects to get more local healthy food into our public institutions like schools, hospitals, nursing homes, and other facilities. We have dedicated a staff position and have team members who support them to lead this work and facilitate relationships between producers in these types of institutions. This past year, we've launched 11 pilot programs at more than 30 facilities to get more local food into nursing homes, schools, and judicial facilities. These pilot programs are showing us that when you collaborate on bringing local food options to the table, you can change buying habits and change the culture within our public institutions. Our initial pilot program launched this past fall at Northwood, the continuing care home in Halifax. Purchasing of local food at Northwood increased to 23.07%. That's nearly a 3.5% increase. During the pilot, Northwood replaced 13 imported products on their resident menu with Nova Scotia products. The pilot started conversations with large third-party food service distributors on opportunities and the role they can play in supporting our Nova Scotian producers. There were new partnerships formed with local vendors that they hadn't used before, and they continue to purchase from these new vendors. This is just one success story. We plan to keep the good work going by rolling out more projects over the coming year. When it comes to encouraging local, we're taking a multi-layered approach. There are many ways we're working to increase local and strengthen our food systems. One way is by encouraging more local products to come on market by supporting new entrants to agriculture. This past spring, we partnered with the Centre for Women in Business at St. Mary's University to support a new pilot project for women who are new entrants and from underrepresented communities to help them turn their cooking skills into successful local food businesses. Last year, the program had its first cohort of graduates. The specialized program in cooking entrepreneurship, known as SPICE, is an excellent example of the innovation that helps our agriculture and agri-food sector grow and thrive. These new food businesses bring more diversity, create more healthy and local food options, and help create financial stability for women and their families who are doing something they love. We're proud to support this important work. A mandate commitment for us was to ensure that by 2030, 20% of the money Nova Scotians spend on food be spent on locally produced products. That 20% number was determined based on the existing data and studies, which didn't quite align with what we wanted to measure. So over the last 2.5 years, while our department continued our work to support local, we also worked to develop a better way to determine the share of total food budgets being spent on local products and to measure progress, how it changes over time. We've worked with leading researchers from the Canadian Agri-Food Foresight Institute to develop a first-of-its-kind survey. This approach that has been peer-reviewed and published in an international scientific journal. The survey showed that Nova Scotians are using about a third of their food budget on locally grown or produced food and products. It's good to see that support for our local farmers and growers. And over the coming years, we'll continue to survey Nova Scotians about their buying habits to ensure that our efforts to promote buy local continue to have a positive impact. Research and innovation are constant in agriculture. Brilliant people are driving our industry forward, adapting to change and challenges. That may sound like an exaggeration, but it's not. For example, through our work with Perennia and their support of the Christmas Tree Council, we're supporting valuable research into many aspects of Christmas tree production, like genetic screening and naturally selected seedlings that have superior traits, such as improved needle retention, color, aroma, and shape. This is great news, as Nova Scotia's Christmas trees are sought after. Every year, more than 400,000 Christmas trees are exported to places like the United States, Panama, and the Caribbean. Another example of innovation is our work with our partners at Horticulture Nova Scotia to launch a $5 million season extension program. It's helping farms innovate by funding greenhouses, irrigation, and enhanced cold storage to extend growing seasons and increase revenue. This also means more local products available longer. We're also promoting innovation with the maple producers of Nova Scotia. Our Technologies for Value-Added Agriculture program has helped commercial maple producers buy state-of-the-art equipment. It allows them to produce more syrup while consuming less energy. Maple was one of many agriculture industries that was hit hard by Hurricane Fiona in September 2022. It takes about 40 years for a maple tree to grow big enough to tap. Fiona thinned or flattened trees that had been standing for decades, or in some cases centuries. Regrowing lost stock could take years. That's why this year we worked with our federal partners to establish a new agri-recovery program that will support maple syrup producers who continue to be challenged by extraordinary costs associated with accessing existing but underdeveloped maple forests to return to pre-Fiona production levels. The recovery program will help strengthen and support the sector by providing funding to reduce the burden on maple producers who have maple undeveloped production areas. Moving from maple to wine, Nova Scotia wine is well loved. Currently, there are 33 licensed farm wineries in Nova Scotia, 24 grape wineries, and 9 non-grape wineries. Sales of Nova Scotia wine at the NSLC in 2022-23 totaled more than $27 million. That's a $2 million increase from last year. There's tremendous potential, so we want to keep that momentum going through strategic initiatives, program investment, and export development. Last February, the polar vortex threw us a curve, but the industry, Horticulture Nova Scotia, and Perennia have been working with us to deliver multi-year programs that will help wine and fruit growers who were impacted. And early this year, we rolled out the first year of an annual wine and grape industry development program that will support the sustainability of Nova Scotia wine industry. This year, the focus is on providing grape growers and wineries support to prepare for climate change and reduce production costs. And this coming spring, we will be consulting on the establishment of the Nova Scotia Wine Authority and the implementation of quality standards. On a variety of initiatives, our department is very fortunate to have an excellent partnership with the industry-led Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. The Federation is a strong voice, and we share in its vision for a prosperous and sustainable future for Nova Scotia farms and farmers. We are grateful to the Federation for all the support they've shown. We've worked together with them on several key initiatives, including promoting environmental farm plans, preparing for climate change, encouraging farm safety, and looking after mental health in our farming community. I'm going to pause on farm safety. Nothing could be more important than making sure hardworking people come home to their families, and I'm proud of the work done to make sure that happens. In fact, the week of March 10th kicks off Farm Safety Week, and I hope everyone takes the time to learn more about how important good safety practices are in agriculture. I'm also especially pleased about the work the Federation is doing to support the mental health of our farmers and their families in the partnerships we are forming in workforce development. All told, our commitment to support Federation programs will reach more than $800,000. Nova Scotia is in a great position to be competitive in the beef market. Consumers want high-quality local products, and our producers are working to meet that need. There are 380 licensed beef producers in Nova Scotia. As of September 2023, they generated income of $42 million. And with prices for beef remaining strong, it's a good time to be giving special attention to this sector. That's why we're investing in new programs and projects to help beef farmers. We're working with them to increase production here at home and to help the industry stay competitive, connected, and consumer-focused. Less than a year ago, we brought together a steering committee to inform what we're calling the Nova Scotia Beef Initiative. That committee has industry and producer expertise from the Nova Scotia Cattle Producers Association, the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board, and Perennia, along with a dedicated team from the department. We use the recommendations generated from a 2-day beef forum to create a vision and a set of initiatives to grow the Nova Scotia beef industry. Through the Beef Steering Committee, we're developing new programs, services, and training opportunities that will strengthen and sustain the beef sector in our province. I'm going to share a few details on those programs. First, I've heard from many cattle farmers about the importance of a good bull. So we've increased investment in the Nova Scotia Cattle Producers Elite Sire Program, often known as the Bull Bonus. We're working with our partners at Perennia on an updated forage guide to give beef producers access to information about optimal diet and cost of production. That's to raise more cattle locally. We're assessing training needs for Nova Scotia meat processors. We also want people to know what they're missing if they're not eating Nova Scotia beef. So we'll be doing provincial marketing that will show people the tremendous value of eating locally produced beef. Finally, a new feedlot pilot program will help producers grow their cattle here instead of shipping out of province. To support all the projects I've mentioned, we're investing more than $950,000 through 2 years. This funding complements other work the department does. In fact, we can't make any real progress in the beef sector or any meat production without ensuring the health and safety of our animals and that the local products that are produced at our meat processing facilities are safe. As of January 1st, 2023, the responsibility for meat inspection and farm animal welfare returned to the Department of Agriculture. We're pleased to have this back to continue the important work of making sure meat is safe to eat and farm animals are well cared for. Farmers care about their animals and take steps to ensure their safety and their health. The province's meat inspection program makes sure that meat processed here in Nova Scotia comes from healthy animals, is slaughtered humanely, and is safe. This is vital because it ensures confidence in the food we eat. There are 20 abattoirs and 26 meat processors licensed under the Nova Scotia Meat Inspection Act. Another program supporting the beef initiative is community pastures. The Department of Agriculture owns 8 community pastures through the Farm Loan Board. We're proud to have this land available for farmers and to keep large pieces of land in our province for agricultural use. There are many hectares of land dedicated to these pastures. The largest pasture is more than 3,000 hectares in Minooty, Cumberland County. This pasture is strategically located near our new regional office in Nepan, the Nepan Experimental Farm, and the Maritime Beef Testing Society. Our goal is to keep pastures sustainable and accessible for agricultural use and as a resource for growing the rural economy now and for future generations. With this in mind, we continue to invest in the Community Pasture Support Program, aimed at helping pasture organizations with their infrastructure and soil fertility needs. $250,000 was made available this year to pasture cooperatives, and I'm proud to say an additional $250,000 is planned for 2024-25. Programs like these are the type of thing that have big impacts. Creating shared spaces for farmers' herds is a smart, sustainable way to grow beef, feed sheep, and use our agricultural land in a way that benefits a community of farmers. We're coming to the end of my remarks, and I feel like we've barely gotten off the blocks, Mr. Chair. There's so much more that we're doing in the department and across the agriculture industry as a whole. And we're not doing this work alone. There are a number of partners in addition to the department team who are in Nova Scotia Producers Corner. You've heard me mention Perennia. They recently became a Crown Corporation, and we're so happy to have them part of the team. They provide important services for the agriculture, seafood, and food and beverages sectors in our province. Perennia specialists are key to providing support to the sector. They are experts on everything from apiculture to dairy and all that's in between. They know how to respond to industry's needs. And more than that, they know how to help industry respond to demands of the future. We also have the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board. They support the development of sustainable agriculture and agri-rural businesses through responsible lending. This is a team of professionals who understand agriculture and agricultural businesses. Whether it's flexible payment options for farmers just starting out, smaller loans for smaller projects, providing financing for new innovative ideas, or locking in rates long-term to give producers more stability, the Loan Board is a unique resource to our farmers, helping them grow, improve, and innovate. The Loan Board has been there, backing farmers for more than a century. Agriculture financing is all they do, and that single focus gives them an exceptionally deep understanding of our producers' realities. This most recent fiscal, ending March 2023, there were record advances for the board totaling more than $58.8 million. That's more than 12% above the previous year. There were also record approvals for the board totaling more than $87.3 million, more than 52% of the previous year. When a business works with the Farm Loan Board, their loan repayments go right back into financing other producers within the province's agricultural industry. At the end of the day, farming is a diverse and ever-changing industry driven by hard-working people. Farming is ingrained in generations of knowledge and decades of opportunities and challenges. It's also adjusting and growing with new ideas and new young people coming on board. I could talk well into tomorrow, and there'd still be more to share. But I'll end by simply saying there are plenty of great things happening to support our farmers and youth entering the sector with endless career choices to drive our economy and to keep Nova Scotians and Nova Scotia's economy strong and healthy. And with that, I welcome questions from members. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister, for those remarks. According to a practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately an hour each. During each caucus's turn, the members may, within their caucus, take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister, as we know, may answer the questions, and caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. And to begin our examination, I'll now recognize the official opposition, the Liberal Party. I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Minister. Thank you for joining us today to answer a few questions. Thank you to your staff and all the work that they do on behalf of Nova Scotians in this most important sector. I'd like to begin, if I could, by getting, in your own words, Minister, how you feel the industry views the state of the agricultural sector.
Recognize the honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Sorry, could the member just repeat the question?
Recognize the honourable member, King South.
I'd like to hear in your words how you feel the industry views the state of the agricultural sector.
Recognize, you could? Yeah. Recognize the honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. It is certainly a sector that's not without its challenges. We had a challenging 16 months. We had a historic hurricane, once-in-a-century hurricane. We had the polar vortex, which I referenced. We had wildfires. We had floods. We had an incredibly just rainy season overall. I spoke to one farmer who's been, farming his whole life, more than 50 years, and I said, "What was this season like?" He said, "It was the worst one we've had." So there are challenges. Even before we talk about climate change and weather challenges, we went through COVID-19, we went through the pandemic. We're talking about labor challenges. There are rising costs of production. There's always issues with red tape at various levels of government. So there are challenges, without question. But when I talk to the sector, particularly young people, they see hope. I mean, they're doing this not just because they've necessarily always done it, or because it's just another job. They do it because they love it. They do it because they're proud of of what they do and what they provide to the province. So with challenges, there's hope. You know, I talked about increases in farm cash receipts. We're always looking for ways to support industry. I hear that. I feel that they receive very well the work that we're doing in the department to support them. So I believe that challenges I mentioned, that there is hope for the sector, and they continue to drive forward.
Recognize the honourable member from King South.
Thank you very much, Minister, and I do believe in my conversations with industry that it goes far beyond the recent events which you've alluded to that have put additional stresses, and they're from the farmers that I'm talking to in industry. We really have a crisis in profitability, and if they're not profitable, then a succession plan will fail, because who's going to take over a farm that's losing money? And in fact, the Federation of Agriculture talked about the opportunities that you suggested, but, and I'll quote, "It has been grappling with substantial obstacles for the past few decades. These challenges have not only affected the sector's economic stability, but also have taken a toll on farmers' mental health, with declining farm profits and increasing barriers, regulatory demands, and roadblocks." And you've alluded to some of those, but I want to make it clear that the industry needs additional supports. So my question for the minister, with the government receiving 39% more revenues over the last 4 years, $4.1 billion more per year than 4 years ago, $4.1 billion. Are you concerned that the budget for agriculture has remained more or less static? And have you gone to the table looking for additional funds for agriculture with a sector that is in a crisis of profitability?
Recognize the honourable Minister, Agriculture.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. Yes, we've worked with agriculture. The Department of Agriculture has worked with industry to help them recover from ongoing challenges that I've mentioned of climate change over the last couple of years. You know, we talk about dedicated support programs where I have gone to the table. $19 million for Fiona Agricultural Disaster Assistance Program. The Post-Fiona Maple Agri-Recovery Program for $2.1 million. Polar Vortex Program at Horticulture, Nova Scotia for $15 million. And the 2023 Season Response Program at $9.2 million. Yes, the last couple of years have been incredibly challenging for farmers. From Fiona, the most agricultural devastating hurricane in Nova Scotia's history, to the extreme cold of the polar vortex, and then the drought, wildfires, and tremendous wet conditions of the 2023 growing season that I mentioned. And I mentioned labor shortages and increasing cost of production. I've heard the devastating impacts on the agricultural industry from department staff, individual farmers, the Federation of Agriculture, fellow MLAs, and I've seen it personally on my farm visits. In terms of sustainability, I talked about increased support through the Plant Your Roots program to help make succession affordable. There are a number of programs in our Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership to reduce cost of production. Agriculture had an additional $40 million last year, an additional $12 million in this year's budget to respond to these challenges. I'll point out that last year's budget included a 12% increase in agriculture after years of decline. And that was among the highest of any department, that 12%. So I'm proud of that. We have increases again this year. And yes, I'll always go to the table to support this industry in any way that I can.
Recognize the honourable member, King South.
Thank you, Minister. Maybe I'll move along to, you indicated that 106 applications have been approved under the Polar Vortex How much money has been expended of the $15 million?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as the member noted, unique events impacted our grape and wine sectors in the past couple of years, most notably, as we've mentioned a number of times, an extreme cold event in February of 2023 that caused production loss. Our department's main focus has been on supporting the industry's recovery, including that $15 million program with Horticulture Nova Scotia. So phase one of that funding, $3.2 million, has been expended, sent out the door. The remainder, phase two, will be distributed this spring. And again, these are programs that were developed in consultation with industry.
Recognize the Honourable Member, King South.
What will phase two entail?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So phase two funding will be launching in the spring, as I mentioned, and it will include a replant program for various perennial crops, including grapes, and include plant removal, trellis replacement, as well as continued maintenance cost for grapes. and potentially stone fruit until they reach pre-polar vortex cropping potential. It is anticipated that the majority of replan funding will go toward grape producers, as this is where the majority of losses were incurred, and that approximately $6 million in funding will be expended in Phase 2. Remaining funding of approximately $5 million will be dedicated in consultation with industry towards sustaining climate-resilient practices as replant activities continue.
Recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, Minister. So we clearly have spending from last fiscal year being spent this, then the following, then the following. I'd like to touch on the Auditor General's report on this issue. And if you remember, a year ago, I asked the Minister with respect to whether you followed good accounting practices and whether you consulted with the Auditor General with respect to that, if needed. And I'll quote from our conversation a year ago at this table. Does the Minister and his staff discuss any questions they might have in complying with the public sector accounting standards with the Auditor General? And your response, Minister, was yes, we discuss with government accounting and, if needed, the Auditor General. And you went on to say with some confidence that you were confident that the $15 million will address any gaps as well. I'm just quoting from you. As I indicated, it seemed that we didn't have enough information at that time, and so my response to you, or my question to you, was why not 12, why not 20? So given the Auditor General's report in which you and your department has been cited for not doing the basics of good financial planning, and this program was cited at the $15 million for horticulture. And I do remember in August of last year, your own department's newsletter indicating that you needed data to develop the program, which clearly indicated to me at the time that you didn't have the data to come up with the number of $15 million. And now, in what is really a scathing report by the Auditor General, in which he said, we determined there were not sufficient details to support the cost of the proposal, which is intended to support grape and other fruit growers whose crops were affected by the polar vortex in February 2023. We note the grant was requested and provided to Horticulture Nova Scotia before the full impacts of the damage were known. So the Minister of Finance has said that he does not agree with the Auditor General's review of this over-budget spending. I thought I'd give you the opportunity at this table, given your commitments a year ago to us, if you could respond to how you feel the Auditor General has interpreted the actions of your department with respect to this $15 million expenditure of taxpayers' money.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the department was successful in obtaining this funding to support the agriculture industry almost immediately after the polar vortex occurred. Crops such as grapes, raspberries, peaches, cherries, and plums were impacted. We partnered with Horticulture Nova Scotia to design and deliver the needed support to farmers. This was a multi-year arrangement because the total impact to these crops could not be determined until the buds in the spring and even into future seasons. The Auditor General evaluated this grant to Horticulture Nova Scotia along with 10 others across government. There were concerns raised about the timing of the funding and program design. We said right up front that we were going to consult industry to help design the programs they needed. We also need to make sure we didn't overlap with any federal funding. There were also concerns about a lack of performance measures and potential conflicts of interest. Those were covered by the management group established for this program with members from Perennia, Federation of Agriculture, and the department to provide oversight on the funding. It was also determined that the department had a clear purpose for these funds and that the agreement we put in place with Horton, Nova Scotia held key comments to protect public dollars. I do understand that the Auditor General had some questions about the financial and auditing process. I was pleased to be able to get this much-needed money to industry, and I am confident my team worked with the Department of Finance and Justice to safeguard the money.
Recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, excuse me, Minister. And as I stated last year, I'm sure it was helpful to know the government would be there for them, but that I do believe, and the Auditor General has been very clear on this, that you should be following basic good financial management of taxpayers' dollars. And it is clear here that at the tail end of the subsequent fiscal year in which you allocated these funds, that you've only spent $3.2 million of $15 million. And I appreciate the prepared response, but I certainly hope that you will become an advocate in your government for stronger financial management. I'd like to move on now to the bottling program for Nova Scotia wine industries, and it's a little less heated in here than it is in the chamber. So perhaps, Minister, you could tell us what your role in the development of the commercial wine bottling support program was. Where did you actually interject your role as the Minister of Agriculture in the development of this program?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the commercial wine policy of the NSLC was highlighted in the Trade Challenge by Australia. This program is through the Department of Finance, and we are continuing to work with the Department and Finance and Treasury Board on wine policy related matters, but this is a program that falls under the purview of the Minister of Finance.
I recognize the honourable member, King South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I'm hearing there, Minister, is you had no involvement in the development of this program?
Recognize the Recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my mandate is to support programs that support the farm wineries, and some of those we've touched on already. The Nova Scotia Quality Wine Strategy at $5.45 million committed from 2021 to 2026. The Wine and Industry Grape Development Program, $700,000 annually starting in 2023. Extension support at Perennia for wine industry, $540,000 from 2023 to 2025. Again, I would refer any questions to the commercial wine policy to the Minister of Finance.
Recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. What I'm hearing there is that you were not at the table in developing this wine industry, and clearly, as the Minister of Agriculture and your relationship with the wine industry, you would be the cabinet minister that knows and understands the wine industry best. But Do you just want to clarify that you were not involved in the development of this program?
I recognize the Honourable Agricultural Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my involvement would be through working through the emerging wine region policy replacement. So we provided a preferential markup to wines from emerging regions instead of the 140% markup used on imported wines. In 2020, the federal government reached a settlement with Australia following their challenge of wine practices through the World Trade Organization. Under the settlement agreement, Nova Scotia was required to begin to phase out the emerging wine region policy by 2024. In July of 2023, EWERB changed from a 43% markup to 60%. It will increase to 140% by July. Senior officials from the Department of Agriculture, Finance and Treasury Board, and Intergovernmental Affairs held many consultations with industry related to alternative supports for the local wine industry on a go-forward basis. In response to these consultations, government has developed a direct payment program called the Farm Wine Support Program to assist Nova Scotia farm wineries.
Recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Actually, there's an issue that has not been discussed. When we were having conversations about the urgency of replacing the emerging wine policy, there was a deadline of June 30th, 2023, in which the wineries were informed that the solution had been found to support them in the loss of the emerging wine market with a subsidy program. So that was the time in which the industry understood how they would be made whole under this trade challenge, and it was through a subsidy through the Department of Agriculture. So in June of 2023, Minister, did we not have a solution that met the trade challenge that had nothing to do with this commercial wine bottling policy?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in June of 2023, there was a start of phasing out of EWERB. The subsidy was moved to Finance and Treasury Board. Commercial was raised in trade challenges as well. So looking at it in phases, EWERB was first, then commercial. In terms of agricultural subsidies, we were successful in obtaining $700,000 to implement an annual wine and grape industry development program. After consultation with industry, the program is focused this year on helping grape growers and farm wineries purchase more efficient equipment and prepare for climate change. This program has a flexibility to respond to the industry needs each year.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. And when that was announced a month ago, I called the wine industry and they said, oh, what's that? I believe that was told to us last May, $700,000 across some 80 wineries and wine growers is a drop in the bucket compared to the decisions by this government to support in the millions of dollars, $6 to $12 million, bottling operations. I just I just cannot fathom, Minister, how you were not at the table fighting for this industry. So I'm going to move now to the letter from the wine industry of January 12th, 2024, addressed to you and addressed to you, Minister, and the Minister of Finance. A couple statements I'd like you to respond to, because I believe you have not responded to their letter. The urgency of this matter cannot be overstated. We collectively implore you to take immediate action by suspending new licenses for commercial entities and halting the commercial wine program. Minister, what's your response to that plea from the wine growers?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, after we received the first letter, we did meet with the wine growers and grape growers to talk about their concerns. Myself and the Minister of Finance, along with our staff in our respective departments. I feel like an in-person or face-to-face meeting would be better than a letter. And since then, we've continued to work closely with Finance and Treasury Board on this file, and I keep an open line of communication with the chair of the wine growers and the chair of the grape growers boards.
Recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. In my discussions with the wine industry, they have a completely different perspective on your view of the communication with yourself and the industry. So I would recommend that you sit down very soon with them again. Why is the government deviating from a long-standing policy of promoting Nova Scotia growth for wine? And perhaps I'll add a question. Does the minister understand why the industry is saying that this bottling program will be catastrophic? Does the minister understand why the industry feels that way?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we continue to promote the farm winery industry with the replacement of EWIRP and the additional $700,000, as I mentioned, in development funding every year. Just this past month, we supported several wineries in having their products showcased in Europe and Asia. And in terms of the concerns, we're listening. We've listened, myself and the minister, our staff members, and we'll continue to work with the industry. But in terms of the commercial program, again, that would fall under the purview of the Minister of Finance.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Minister, do you know of any other jurisdiction in the world that subsidizes products from abroad, bottling products from abroad?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I can't speak to what all other jurisdictions do, and I just point out again that the commercial wine policy is not under my mandate.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Minister, in your knowledge in agriculture, when you sit down with ministers of agriculture in other provinces, clearly you must know that they have all found a way to be trade compliant by using subsidies, agricultural subsidies from the Department of Agriculture. This is happening throughout the world in the wine industry. Why will Nova Scotia not do what everyone else in the world is doing, is using their Department of Agriculture to support their wine industry? And we have turned our back on our wine industry to attract bottling companies to buy juice for $1 a bottle from Chile and bottle it near the airport and give them $5.15 of Nova Scotia taxpayers' dollars. Minister, is this right?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do provide agriculture support through our programming in the department. Talked about the Nova Scotia Quality Wine Strategy, nearly $5.5 million from 2021 to 2026. The Wine and Grape Industry Development Program, $700,000 annually starting in 2023, and extension support at Perennia for Wine Industry, $540,000 from 2023 to 2025. That's in addition to our regular programming, agricultural program that would be available through the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership. We do have that new programming in place to replace the trade challenge, EWIRP. I mentioned $700,000 for development of industry, the quality wine strategy. We want a wine authority and quality standards to promote the excellent wine that's made here. We're working with industry on that, and we'll continue to work with them.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Kings South.
Thank you, Minister. Well, let's talk about this issue with respect to buying local. This government has made a commitment, which you are working on buying local, and in estimates a year ago, you informed us that you were defining what buying local was.
Order. I just remind the member that you're speaking through the chair, right? I recognize the honourable member King South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The minister informed us a year ago that they had spent $90,000 and counting on defining what local meant with respect to food and beverage products. What does local, in that definition that we paid for, what does local wine products, how do you define that? How does the minister define that?
Recognize the honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So wine would be considered outside the scope of our baseline metrics, but local is considered 85% content under regulations. And I could speak a little bit more about that methodology. So in September of 2022, the department hired the Canadian Agri-Food Foresight Institute, or CAFI for short, to create a methodology and conduct an analysis for measuring the baseline consumer spend in Nova Scotia toward local food. In January of 23, CAFI ran a preliminary test of this new local food measurement model by conducting a survey of 500 Nova Scotians through the polling firm Angus Reid. The preliminary findings estimated that on average, just over 27% of participants' food spend, not including restaurants or takeout meals, were spent on local food products over the last 12 months. The survey also confirmed that this methodology would be easy to replicate going forward. To gain confidence in the model, a second test was completed in April 2023, giving 511 Nova Scotians involving. It found a higher average of just more than 34% for local food products. A third test of the model was completed in October 2023, involving 500 Nova Scotians. The results then were an average of almost 33%. These results are consistent with the two previous tests, providing with an overall range of 27 to 34% of participants' food expenses being spent on local products in the last 12 months. All three surveys drew upon the local food definitions that were developed by the Department of Agriculture and Perennia in collaboration with industry.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South with approximately 16 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Minister, you have a mandate to buy local, to support local. Our regulations are that Nova Scotia wine has to be 85% grown Nova Scotia grapes. That made sense. That was how we built the industry, because we were able to build quality with our terroir by ensuring that the bottles that appeared on the Nova Scotia liquor store were Nova Scotians and had quality. The wine industry spends $5 a bottle raising grapes, investing millions of dollars, and now a complete market disruption to fill our shelves up with $1 juice from Ontario or Chile or wherever. So, Minister, in your mandate to buy local, to support our local businesses, to help grow our local economy, to create 1,100 jobs in the wine industry, please square this for Nova Scotians on why this government is intent on supporting vineyards from the other side of the world with our dollars. I can't understand what this government is doing to send our taxpayer dollars to Chile to hurt our businesses here. Does this government, is it committed to buy local? Minister, are you committed to buy local? Is the minister committed to buy local? And using the responsibility, the power that you have as a minister of the Crown to fulfill your duty to Nova Scotians when this government says that they are 100% behind buy local. What I'm hearing here from you, from the minister...
Order. There's, and I know it's not intentional, I get that, but there was about 4 or 5 times, and we could all get caught up in it, I get that too, but I just remind the member you're speaking through the chair. Thank you. So I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You're doing a good job. So I'd like the minister to reconcile for Nova Scotians this government and the minister's commitment to buy local and this commercial wine bottling program.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, questions about the commercial wine program should be directed to Finance and Treasury Board, but I can talk about the commitment that we've made to the farm winery sector in Nova Scotia. I've already spoken to the support programs we have put in place through agriculture. We also do extension, especially through Perennia, to support wineries and grape growers. We do marketing and export navigators to support our wineries. We have loans to wineries through the Farm Loan Board. We support our local wineries, and we will continue to do so. In terms of supporting buying local, there are a number of programs that we've launched to increase local food consumption and support our local industry. So I mentioned Plant Your Roots, an interest rebate program, the Agricultural Clean Tech program, Limestone Transport Assistance, organic certification, exhibition grants, wine and grape industry development program that I mentioned, the Nova Scotia Quality Wine Strategy. Mr. Chair, we've done plenty of work in season extension funding with Horticulture Nova Scotia. $5 million in funding there. In support of my mandate to increase the production and use of local products, the department collaborated with Hort Nova Scotia to launch a $5 million season extension program. The objective was to increase our local food self-sufficiency and displace imports by creating year-round food production. The program provided as much as 60% of project costs for on-farm infrastructure. I can talk about value-added equipment that we've supported in the 2023-24 budget through SCAP, $800,000. Taste of Nova Scotia Emerging Food Processors, $1 million in provincial funding. A number of institutional pilot projects. I mentioned at the beginning about Northwood, the largest long-term care facility in the Atlantic region. The IWK, the largest children's hospital in the Atlantic region. Our schools, our hospitals. These pilots support our goal to increase local food consumption. It's good for our economies. It's good for our communities. And the pilot projects also, I've talked about ways that they break down barriers and they make it easier to put more local food in our institutions. That goes hand in hand with our recently announced school lunch program. Not only are we putting healthy food in schools for Nova Scotia children, we now have broken down barriers to get more local food, make that healthy food local and put it in our institutions.
Recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, you referenced the wine quality standards. You brought in, the minister brought in personally the Wine Authority Act 2 years ago, work that industry had done with the previous minister. You committed in those presentations to carry on that work. Now, I do understand that given the trade challenge industry asked you to step back from that, and their understanding was that the trade challenge and the replacement program was resolved last June. So we're now 7 months later. I note that the legislation has not been proclaimed. I would like to ask the minister if he is still committed to that program and when he will proclaim that piece of legislation that is now 2 years old.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So that was one of my first actions as minister, to establish legislation that would enable a wine authority to establish, administer, and enforce a quality standards program for Nova Scotia wine. I would love to get this going. However, the challenges of the last couple of years that we've talked about, industry has asked us to pause, so we did. We have heard recently from industry that this is important to get going, so we'll be looking to launch consultations this spring and get the authority in place so that we can proclaim legislation.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Minister. With respect to tying together this recent direction that the government has taken with respect to attracting bottling companies to Nova Scotia, how does that fit with the food and beverage strategy that you're responsible for? That the minister is responsible for?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, there has been a lot of work done on the development of a potential food and beverage strategy for Nova Scotia. Really a cross-government approach, 12 to 14 departments involved at various stages, and others were consulted. The working group did a review of existing food-related initiatives in government with more than 90 identified. They talked to key partners about what should be included and then did public consultation on potential focus areas. Agriculture worked through the amazing number of public responses, more than 1,900. So thankful to Nova Scotians for their input. And then put together a What We Heard report that was released publicly this year. We're reviewing all of the work to see how it aligns with existing priorities and initiatives. In the meantime, we are working on projects to enhance awareness, increase production, and improve access to healthy local food. So for example, in our department, we're promoting local foods here and abroad, as well as agriculture awareness through agriculture in the classroom, encouraging technology and varieties to help extend growing seasons, I mentioned that earlier, supporting value added in both large and small scale processing, and implementing pilots in a variety of public institutions to encourage use of food products grown here in Nova Scotia. Food and beverage strategy is intended to promote and increase local food consumption. Alcohol was not part of that approach, given the focus on healthy local food. We promote local wine in a number of other ways. I've mentioned a number of areas. And again, questions about the commercial wine policy could be directed to the Minister of Finance.
I recognize the Honourable Member King South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the As We Heard report, I think, came out in May, some 8 or 9 months ago, I guess it is now. I notice in your business plan there's no mention of completing, as I believe it did last year, of completing the food and beverage strategy. Perhaps the minister could confirm that the department continues to plan to release the food and beverage plan? And will it be this year that it is released?
Order. That concludes time allocated from the Liberal Party. We'll move on to the next round with the NDP, and I'll recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't want to let your discussion at the head table go to waste, so I'll just ask it in a very simple way. Will the department release, or will this government release the food and beverage strategy this year, yes or no?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are continuing to work on the food and beverage strategy. As I mentioned, we received a phenomenal amount of responses. And yes, the department continues to work on that food and beverage strategy. But it is a complex strategy involving, as I mentioned, 12 to 14 different various government departments, all of government approach. So we are working on it. We're going to take the time to get it right, but in the meantime, we're not waiting for a strategy to act, Mr. Chair. I mentioned the school lunch program that was just announced in our budget. That would encompass parts of what we heard in our responses: improved institutional procurement, building awareness around local food. That's all the work that we're doing in the department right now. So we are continuing to work on the food and beverage strategy, but that's not slowing down the work that we're doing on the ideas that were contained in the responses we received.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I mean, I think I've heard, though, that various industry partners have talked about sort of things that are on hold or expectations for the sector that are really quite contingent on the release of the strategy. So I guess I would say that, of course, you have done things over the past 3 years. It would be, terrible if you hadn't. But the strategy is still sitting out there. Has it been slowed down because of the slowed downness of Nova Scotia Loyal? So are those two processes mired together somewhere?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I mentioned, we are advancing priorities across various departments in government. List of them, that work continues, but I would simply say that no, we're not being slowed down by Nova Scotia Loyal. That these are two different programs.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
And what is your department's role in the development of Nova Scotia Loyal? How many FTEs? Are there any allocations in your budget to support that work?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, of course, Nova Scotia Loyal is led by my colleague, the Minister of Economic Development, but we work closely with their department. We provide support by staff members who work with the steering committee. We do have one buy local officer through Perennia. We do have our own buy local marketing team, and as I mentioned, we work closely with economic development as the program is being developed. There is an advisory group that's been established that we participate in, and as I mentioned, we also work with Perennia and other industry partners on buy local initiatives, and that's where our buy local officer resides.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
The research project with the Canadian Agri-Food Foresight Institute, can you tell me how much that project costs and whether there was an RFP issued or whether it was a sole source contract?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. The budget for the project was $80,000, and an RFP was issued, and as I mentioned earlier, it was awarded to the Canadian Agri-Food Foresight Institute, or CAFI, from Dalhousie Agri-Food Analytics Lab.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So I also want to talk about the commercial wine policy. So you've stated that it's under the mandate of the Minister of Finance. Have you asked for this project to be part of your mandate? Do you not think it would fit better within your department?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Department of Agriculture, we do not have authority for commercial wine. Issues related to the NSLC. Our legislation is related to the production of wine.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. I mean, with all due respect, this is about the production of wine. So it's still unclear to me why you wouldn't be fighting for this. You know, there's a key stakeholder in this province who is angry and alienated. That's pretty clear from their letters and from what's in the media today. And, you know, it's really concerning. I mean, it's concerning for this industry. It's concerning for the future of Nova Scotia wines, which, as you know, over the past couple of decades has just been revolutionary in this province. But it's also concerning as part of a pattern of not really engaging or listening to key stakeholder groups, and then issuing decisions that at the last minute they aren't able to connect with you on. And, you know, I just think it's a part of a pattern of how this government has been working with stakeholders. So maybe you defer this to the Minister of Finance, but has any money been spent under the commercial wine policy?
Oh, I recognize the Honourable Minister Agriculture.
Yeah, I would defer that to the Minister of Finance.
The Honourable Member Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Okay. Well, we'll make sure to ask the Minister, but I think, you know, given what we understand about this program and the investments that you've identified, in fact, your department's investments in the wine industry are dwarfed by what's going to be under this policy, and that's really concerning. So I would also think that it's important for you as Minister of Agriculture to be engaged. I wanted to turn to the question of business risk management, and you know, I think my colleague from King South started off by talking about you know, the crisis of profitability that's also affecting things like farm transition. You know, that's you know, I think the agriculture sector is an amazing confluence of folks who do business and who do science. And, you know, the work is part of their family, their home, their community. You know this. And I think the sector is well organized. And, you know, and yet, you know, I think this is a sector in crisis on the front lines of the rising costs, the housing crisis, the labor crisis, the climate change crisis. All of these things affect the day-to-day of farmers and folks in the agriculture sector. And so, you know, I don't take any pleasure in stating that despite all that there's a crisis in the sector. You've talked about the response to risk and the response to climate catastrophes. But I think what's really clear is that the sector repeatedly says that the current approach of the provincial government to supporting farmers in the agriculture sector is not sufficient. So they've said this in many different ways. They said it in many different forums. It's not adequate. It's not enough for their businesses, their farms to survive. You know, the NSFA has been really consistent, and so have others, about calling on government to actually invest in sustainable, ongoing, predictable, transparent business risk management programs. The NSFA and Growing Nova Scotia talks about the real need to do a sector-wide consultation and to enhance the business risk programs that are being offered. And they need you as their advocate. So as you know, as you've stated, of course, a lot of the funding
I just want to remind the member, you're speaking through the chair, and I know it's easily we all got caught up in it, but I know the honourable member didn't attend it, so I recognize the honourable member Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, I guess my questions for the minister are why hasn't the department listened? Why hasn't this government listened to what has been clearly stated by the sector time and time again about the need for better risk management, and that the one-off responses to climate emergencies are not sufficient. They don't provide what industry says. They don't provide any security for going forward to plan on. The sort of budget impacts are here in terms of agricultural risk management and lending. So the estimate for last year was 13 million. Of course, it cost 25 million for all the responses, but then again, it's just been budgeted for 14 million again this year. So again, farmers are like, the climate crisis are going to come, and maybe or maybe not you're going to respond, but they can't plan, they can't take the maybe responses into their business planning. They can't take that to the bank, literally. So why is there not a better approach to business risk management in this sector, and why is the minister not fighting for that?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I spoke about this in my opening remarks. We all know that our local farmers have faced a number of challenging years with several weather events that have impacted their operations. The suite of business risk management programs, BRM programs available through the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership are designed to support farmers, manage the financial risks associated with these events. However, we have heard from farmers, I've heard from farmers that BRM programs are not always sufficient to help them recover from these events. And I want to assure you, Mr. Chair, that we have been working on this. We need to work within the federal cost share agreement for these programs. What we can do provincially, we are doing. Last year, in partnership with our federal colleagues, we piloted having a local staff member here in Nova Scotia that knows our industry and how the programs like AgriStability and AgriVest work for our farmers. They answer questions, attended and presented at meetings and events all over the province, and did key research on how these programs working in Nova Scotia so we can continue to make them more responsive. The AgriStability Advisor and other BRM staff recently held information sessions around the province from Yarmouth to Mabu to increase awareness and answer questions. For the 2023 program year, we were also able to allow for late participation in AgriStability so that farmers who are not already in the program can still sign today to participate in the 2023 year. We also supported an increase to the compensation rate for AgriStability with increased coverage from 80 to 70%. I was pleased to be able to work with my cabinet colleagues to change regulations on the request of the Nova Scotia Crop and Livestock Insurance Commission. The Commission has been working with industry to make the crop insurance plans work better for them and add more protection for our farmers. We have added wildfire as an insurable peril on all of the insurance plans and improved wind coverage on newer apple varieties that have later harvest dates. We also have made changes to clarify the poultry plan regulations so industry has peace of mind that they will still have the same level of protection they always have. The Commission is wrapping up a year that saw the largest number of claims in the 55-year history of offering crop insurance. Although we don't want to see farmers have such a loss, we do know that this is working for lots of farmers right now with more than $5 million in crop insurance claims paid to date. That said, we want the crop and livestock insurance program to be as responsive as possible to what industry needs. That's why the Commission has started planning for a program-wide review of its offerings, and they'll be hearing directly from producers and industry associations on what works well and ideas for plan improvements or changes. I really look forward to hearing what this review brings forward from our farmers. We know that business risk management tools need to work well for our farmers, to be their first line of defense in helping to manage their financial risk. I am committed to working hard here in Nova Scotia and with our federal partners to make sure the BRM suite supports our agriculture industry. And in terms of the vicious cycle, Mr. Chair, I hear that, I realize that. Our farmers want to get out of that vicious cycle. We've shown that we've been there when they need us following large natural disasters. Again, Fiona, polar vortex, wildfires, floods, our newly announced season response gap. We've been there when they need us. We've also listened. We're hearing, I'm hearing that they want changes to our BRM programs to make them work better for them. And we are listening, we are working, we're working with the Federation of Agriculture. We've had this discussion many times. I see it in letters from industry. They ask us, they say, we want that peace of mind of better insurance programs. And as I mentioned, we are limited in what we can do based on federal provincial programs. Provincially, we've made some changes, and I'll continue to work and advocate with my federal colleagues to make these important changes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just as we're approximately at the 2-hour mark, and I've been sitting here some time, would you entertain a 5-minute break, or, okay. We'll take a 5-minute recess here. We're now in recess.
Okay, order. We will return to estimates here for agriculture. The NDP caucus has 42 minutes remaining on their time. MLA Lachance, I believe you're directing questions, so MLA Lachance.
So we were talking about business risk management, and I appreciate that the minister explained that work is underway to develop a reliable, dependable model of business risk management for farmers in the province. I'm wondering, though, does the minister consider the allocation for agricultural risk management and lending foreseen for the coming year to be adequate, given what last year looks like, and we know that the effects of climate change are only increasing. Obviously, this government avails itself of extraordinary appropriations outside the budget cycle, so perhaps it's not too big of a worry. But even in terms of what message it's giving to industry, does the minister think that a drop from the 25 million of this past year, which was extraordinary, but I bet you years to come are going to be extraordinary too, to 14 million is adequate?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do anticipate that we'll have adequate funding in this year's budget for BRM programs. And as far as what industry would know that we will be there for them. We have been. I've listed the examples. After various natural disasters, we stepped up. We've listened to industry. One of the things industry told us was we want to make things simpler. We don't need to jump through hoops. So, for example, after Hurricane Fiona, our staff developed a one-window application process that was so well received by industry, and we've moved that forward to our SCAP programs. We've done it again with our season response grants. We've heard that after these events, we don't need to be made jump through hoops and fill out piles and piles of paperwork. So we've listened, we've done that. We've responded, we've stepped up when we need to, and we will continue to do so. And we will continue to work with industry on improvements to BRM programs. And it's no good, it's absolutely no good for me, Mr. Chair, to tell industry what they need. I will and we will continue to work with industry on changes to these programs that reflect their needs and what they need going forward. Thank you.
I recognize the MLA for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And while I have the estimates book open, so under departmental expenses, there's a drop in the grants and contributions line from 33 million to 22 million. And I'm just wondering if you can tell me why that number is dropped.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The difference in the 2023-2024 forecast to the 24-25 estimate would be reflected in the $9.2 million in disaster relief funding that we announced recently through the season response program. So one-time funding, and also reduction in the the wine quality strategy that was planned.
I recognize the MLA for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I'm going to turn to the question of labor force and workers. So how many registered farms in Nova Scotia employ migrant workers during the past year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have approximately 1,600 temporary foreign workers a year in Nova Scotia. They apply to this federal program, to the federal government for that program, so we don't directly see information on which farms they may go to.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So to clarify, you aren't able to say how many migrant workers work in the agriculture sector as opposed to fisheries, as opposed to agriculture or aquaculture, excuse me. You don't know how many work on farms.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do. 1,600. Through the chair.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Okay, well, that clarification is helpful. So there's 1,600 migrant workers who work on farms in the province. How does the minister work with the Department of Labor to ensure that, you know, working standards and working conditions are correct and maintained?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We work closely with Labour Skills and Immigration. We have a staff member who attends on our behalf on the Labour Committee. Most of this work is led by industry through the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. They are the labour force sector for agriculture. So we support them through funding, and as I mentioned, to support staff on the Labour Committee. But again, this is industry led.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And I mean, as we all know, you know, if we have a commitment to local food, we have a commitment to ensuring that migrant workers feel welcomed and feel supported when they're here. Not to date myself, but I can remember some of the earlier days of folks coming to the Annapolis Valley. But you know, one of the issues is that they don't qualify for MSI upon arrival. So employers have to opt in. Well, through their employers, they are provided with some insurance, but it's not adequate. I know we've talked about this before at this table, and I believe that the deputy at that time, or the minister, assured us that they were working on this issue. So could the minister talk to their efforts to ensure that migrant workers are eligible for MSI from the moment they arrive in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So MSI is, of course, under the responsibility of the Minister of Health. We do hear this from industry, and I've raised it with my colleague, and will continue to do so. To the comment about, you know, making sure that temporary foreign workers are treated well when they're here, that's certainly been my experience. I know, you know, we can hear about bad apples here and there, but I hear lots of stories about temporary foreign workers who return to the same farm year after year because they are treated so well. They're treated like family. You know, the farm owners, farm family may drive them into town to get their groceries at the end of the week, or, you know, do different things with them, and they really are welcomed as part of the family. So I do believe that, you know, the vast majority of our temporary foreign workers are treated well, and I'll continue to advocate on their behalf.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. And I mean, I couldn't agree with the minister more that, in fact, a lot of folks have been coming back to the same farm and the same community for decades at this point. And that's all the more reason why, you know, because of their length of stay in the province, not only does it affect their ability to access MSI, but it also affects their ability to apply for permanent residency. So is the minister undertaking lobbying with his federal counterpart to open up a permanent residency pathway for temporary foreign workers in the agricultural industry?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So labor is a key topic at my FPT tables. It is challenging. We've talked about it a number of times. But there is such a need in agriculture. It often falls to the responsibility of other departments. So we try to collaborate on initiatives and priorities. It was a topic that, so yes, always advocate to my federal colleagues on issues important to the industry, this being one of them. In fact, it just came up recently at a meeting with my Atlantic colleagues, Atlantic Ministers meeting in Charlottetown in January. We are trying to see what we can do to work together. We had our colleagues from the Atlantic Federations join us at that meeting and discuss the topic and talked about several paths forward. So yes, continue to advocate at the federal level, at the Atlantic level, and the provincial level. Okay. So yes, continue to advocate, and we'll continue to do so going forward.
I recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
And certainly, you know, one of the challenges for communities, but also certainly for the labor force in our rural areas and the agricultural regions is the lack of housing available for folks. So it's hard for people to move into those areas. You know, we're seeing lots of people who you know, have been tenting through this winter, you know, in our prime agricultural areas, so along Harvest Moon Trail, for instance, in the Annapolis Valley. So wondering what the minister is doing specifically on housing, and is the minister supportive of waiving the provincial portion of HST applied to the purchase or construction price of bunk houses as a source of on-farm housing?
The Honourable Minister, Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll always look at every way to support industry and see what we can do in, I guess they say, the art of the possible. We'll do what we can. In terms of, you know, our current role, the Farm Loan Board offers temporary foreign worker home financing and has done many loans for this purpose at affordable interest rates. The board has financed both farm residences as well as on-farm homes. To the HST portion of the question, that would be through the Minister of Finance, and I do appreciate that it's an expense incurred by farmers, but I would defer that question to the Minister of Finance.
The Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
is the minister advocating for that as part of one of the things that the sector is looking for?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The sector has not asked me for that. As I mentioned, I'll always advocate on behalf of the sector, and you know, work with my colleagues to see what we can do to support the industry. But I've never heard that specific request.
The Honourable Member Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So one thing that the industry has been, grappling with, of course, is transition and ensuring, that new farmers are able to enter the industry. And the minister spoke earlier about some of the support for new entrants. One of the key recommendations is to establish a provincial land bank program. I don't see that reference in the business plan, nor does there seem to be funding provided for that. So I'm wondering if the minister could provide an update on whether he supports a provincial land bank program and what he's doing to establish one.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, support for new farmers is so important. I talked about a few of those ways that we're doing that. Talked about the Plant Your Roots program that's included in this year's budget. That came from a recommendation from my Nova Scotia Youth Council on Agriculture. Again, said I was so proud of the work that they've done. We've engaged young people to find out how to get more young people, not just get into the industry, but stay in the industry. So that's a program that came from them. Get Growing is part of our budget. The Apiculture, Sustainable Growth and Health is another one. Supporting the next generation of farmers is key to ensuring the sustainability of our industry. Plant Your Roots recognizes the challenges new farmers face in securing loans for farm startups. It provides eligible applicants with a rebate of up to $100,000 in interest for the first 4 years of their loan. Get Growing helps farmers who have at least 2 years of experience running their farm to expand. So again, I mentioned not just new farmers, but retaining farmers who are already there, young people, and keeping them in the industry. And the Apiculture Sustainable Growth and Health Program helps with expanding pollination, small equipment needs, and hive health. Farmers with under $30,000 in income can receive up to $10,000 to purchase up to 10 hives, as well as an additional $2,000 in equipment support at 50% of costs. In terms of land, I think the community pastures that we have available throughout the province, I listed those, 8 of them, shows a strong investment by government. We're expanding them. We expanded Cape John in recent years. I talked about the largest one in Manuti. We're working with all these groups to help them with funding to not just establish these pastures, but expand them and make them better and make them work better for industry. Farm Loan Board can also offer delayed payments on land purchases until the farm gets established and is making revenue, and that is often the issue for for new farmers coming in is getting started in agriculture, is establishing that revenue. The Farm Loan Board has specific land purchase programs to help finance land for blueberry producers, orchards, and vineyards. So yes, continuing to look at ways to help farmers secure land to establish themselves and their businesses.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So perhaps I missed it, but could the minister clarify if he's supportive of establishing a provincial land bank? And if the minister's been looking at different new policies under, agricultural easements, so to support the farmers and compensate farmers for placing land under agricultural easements. So again, just to clarify, is the minister supportive of provincial land banks, and what about agricultural easement support?
Recognize the honourable minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, land banks are not something that we're looking at this moment. Our focus really is on investments and programs to help farmers, especially new farmers, acquire land. So, as I mentioned, I would never rule anything out, but it's just not something that we're looking at right now. Again, our focus is on investing in programs that help farmers new farmers acquire land.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
At the Nova Scotia Federation of Agricultural Annual General Meeting this past November 2023, there was a great deal of anger expressed over the Department of Agriculture's handling of the acquisition of farmland near dikes in Hants County. And at that time, I understood that there was a moratorium on any further purchases of land, that the community was wanting more consultation, and that was promised. And I'm just wondering if the minister could talk me through what's happened since that meeting at the end of November with regards to this issue.
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Department of Agriculture is one of many partners in this project. It's led by St. Mary's University and funded in part by the Government of Canada's Aquatic Ecosystems Restoration Fund. We've provided $150,000 from our department for this. There's $1.9 million from the province's Green Fund at Environment and Climate Change. This project is intended to help mitigate the risk to agricultural land and vital historical and public infrastructure posed by climate change, improve agricultural drainage, restore salt marsh habitat, and improve carbon sequestration potential within the St. Croix River estuary. The project will require land for research purposes, and the province, through the Department of Public Works, was planning to focus on acquiring land that is marginal use and not likely to be used in the future for food production. We have heard concerns from farmers about this project. We committed to halting the purchase of land until the agriculture sector could be more fully engaged. And the team at St. Mary's University led an information session with the Federation of Agriculture in the Hants region in November and with the public, landowners and farmers in December.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So is the purchase of land still halted?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have committed to halting all land purchases until the consultation is done. And I just wanted to read some correspondence I received from Nicholas Gerling from the Hants County Federation of Agriculture in response to what we heard in November at the Federation AGM and work with them through this. So on behalf of the members of the Hants County Federation of Agriculture, we would like to thank you for your decision and ability to pivot in relation to the Transcoastal Adaptation Project. We are very pleased with the emphasis you are putting on the growth and sustainability of our industry at this time. We would also like to thank you for the 2023 Season Response Program, allowing access to $9.2 million from farms affected by the flooding and excessive moisture. The 2023 Season Response Program shows your commitment to agriculture and a forward-thinking attitude. This will alleviate some of the expenses and losses due to a devastating 2023. Finally, we would like to commend you on returning the Ag Reps to the Department of Agriculture. We find it a pleasure to work with our current representative and would like to communicate the excellent job we see through their work.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So I'm wondering if the minister could elaborate on what next steps are in this project or the decision to have halted the acquisition of land.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, SMU will finish the consultation process before anything happens. They'll generate a report for my review with recommendations, included in that the determination of, whether we're going to purchase land or not. And then work with my colleagues, Minister of Public Works, and we'll review our next steps going forward. But right now, SMU is in the process of finishing their consultation, and I'll await their report back.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
I think, part of the concern that was expressed at the AGM was this feeling that the land purchases were quite predatory, particularly for farmers who were perhaps not considering retirement or transition, and what constituted marginal versus productive land. So I'm wondering if the minister can comment on how that is determined by the department and how that will be implemented in this project.
Recognize the honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we no longer use marginal in the assessment, but rather a full set of professionally engineered criteria related to climate change. What may be marginal to one person might not be marginal to the other. So that's part of SMU's work going forward. And again, we heard those concerns that day at the AGM. We've listened. We've worked with industry. SMU has gone back and consulted. And based on the letter that I received from Nicholas Sterling from the Hants County Federation of Agriculture, I believe we're moving in a positive direction.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Is there any money in this year's estimates for the Department of Agriculture for dike system management?
Order. That concludes time for this round for the NDP questioning. We'll move on to the Liberal second round, and I'll recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, thanks for taking the time to be here with us today. We are seeing staggering food insecurity numbers here in Nova Scotia. Food insecurity has been on the rise, which is a very terrifying prospect for a lot of families. And for youth and children, we're seeing now 1 in 3 food bank visits being from youth and children. We know that the Competition Bureau of Canada has pointed to one of the causes of this here in Nova Scotia as being that we are so heavily dominated by two big grocery store chains and not having access to more local, healthy produce. The Competition Bureau found that, Consumer Competition Bureau found that everyday consumers are directly bearing the brunt of increased food prices because of this lack of competition. When you layer on top of that the agriculture sector is under extreme stress. Over the last 10 years, under the previous government as well, we saw an estimated retraction in the farming sector of about 21 or 22%. We are hearing directly from farmers that they're very worried about the succession planning in their industry. It's an expensive business to get in. You have to work all the time. And the next generation of family-owned farmers, the next generation of folks coming up are looking at different opportunities. So we are at risk of losing even more of our farmland and of our locally produced food. And considering that we, if anything happens to the Chignecto Isthmus, where all of our food comes into the province, the majority of it, if anything happens to that, we are going to be in a pretty critical state here. So I am certainly very concerned, again, about the trend that goes beyond this government's mandate into past government's mandates as well, but the trend of losing large sums of farmland. I think we lost, it's going to be over 21% of our farms. And when you compare that to the amount of farms that are being lost in the country, that's at less than 2%. So we are exponentially above the national average in losing farm and farmland. One issue that's come up in particular has been the critical dikes in West Hants and the need to preserve those where we have some of the most fertile farmland in the country. And I know that the department has been involved in purchasing some of that dike land and with the intention of flooding that dike land. So that is something that we certainly have a concern with. And we would certainly prefer to see that dike land preserved as farmland because it is the most fertile. And if we are going to expand the agriculture sector, which is something that we need to do, again, for a number of reasons, for economic reasons, for food and security reasons. We need to make sure that we're protecting our farmland. Can you please provide us with some comments on what you're doing to protect farmland in Nova Scotia, and particularly those lands in West Hants that have been used for farming for generations?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So our province's dike land system protects more than 17,000 hectares of land, including agriculture, public infrastructure, cultural assets, and commercial and residential properties. The department is responsible for the ongoing maintenance of 239 kilometres of dikes and 248 abattoirs. Complementary to the department's maintenance work, dike land system upgrades is an 8-year, almost $50 million project that began in 2019 to upgrade some of the most vulnerable dike systems in the province. The project underwent extensive public engagement. As of January, Public Works is now responsible for the project as it moved to design and construction phases. Separate from the province's maintenance and upgrades work, St. Mary's University is leading research looking at river dikes, wetlands, and the impacts of climate change. That research is funding from both the federal and provincial governments. Public and stakeholder engagement for their work is currently underway. Department of Agriculture, through its Land Protection Unit, is responsible for protecting agricultural marshlands along the Bay of Fundy through the Agricultural Marshland Conservation Act. Approximately $2 million budget. I guess also I would say that we talked about the Dike Land System Upgrades Project, DSUP. Again, Public Works took over the implementation of the Department of Agriculture's Dike Land System Upgrades Project, awarded under the federal government's Disaster Mitigation Adaptation Fund. This aligns with Public Works leading infrastructure projects of more than $1 million. The budget for this is $50 million, and it's cost shared 50-50 with our federal government counterparts.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question is specifically about the dike lands in West Hants that have been purchased by the province. The community has been informed that they could potentially be flooded, which we would lose. If that happened, we would lose some of the most fertile farmland in the province, probably the most fertile farmland, lose that totally off the, take that totally off the map for farming in Nova Scotia. And again, considering the drastic state that the agriculture sector is in, considering the situation we're in when it comes to food insecurity in our province, because we are so dependent on importing food and are losing farmland and losing farming capacity here and producing less food in Nova Scotia. Is this something that the minister is concerned about, and can he provide some answers as to what's going to happen with that dike land that's been purchased by the province? If it is going to be maintained for farmland, or if it is going to be flooded as part of a coastal protection initiative?
Recognize the honourable minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to that land purchase, Public Works has purchased that land. It is being held. No action is being taken. There will be no flooding done until consultation with industry takes place in the community. We have committed to no new land purchases. We have farmers who are coming to us asking to sell their property, but we've committed no new land purchases until consultations are done, and no action is being taken on this land. And in fact, I'm open to looking at ways to see how industry can use it moving forward once it's determined the best path forward and how much land is needed.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
I certainly appreciate that answer. One of the reasons I would say farmers are coming potentially to the Minister of the Province to sell land is because of the dire state that the industry is in. And again, this is something where there is a public imperative, I believe, to pay some attention to because of the food insecurity issue and, of course, the economic impacts that can have if we continue to lose more of our farmland and our farming capacity in Nova Scotia. So I'm sure one of the reasons why farmers are looking to exit the sector, sell their land, and to get market prices for it is because they are having succession planning issues within their businesses. I've read, I think, a national stat that 40% of our farmers do not have succession plans, and they are nearing retirement age. So that number's probably higher in Nova Scotia. If the minister has any data on that, I'd be happy to know how many farmers are coming up on the age of retirement, if we're tracking that. And I certainly want to know what the plan is to help that sector do succession planning so that we don't lose more farms or farming capacity here in Nova Scotia. There's other issues other than the cost of getting into the sector. I was really surprised by the fact that the mental health issue in farming is very acute. I read a statistic provided by the Agriculture Federation that stated that the farmers are twice as more likely to have suicidal ideation. So when you're looking at the economic pressure on the agriculture system, the climate pressure from extreme weather events and the uncertainty there, the increased costs and insurance programs, and when you're looking at the mental health issues affecting farmers from one end of the province to the other, you can see why farmers are going to be looking at coming to the department or the province and wanting to sell their land. That's a problem. We don't want them to sell their land for other purposes. We have to find a way to ensure that our farmland can remain productive. Can the minister please tell the committee if this is an area where he has concern, if he's paying attention on, and what steps the department is making to support succession planning within our sector so that we don't keep losing drastically more farming capacity than other parts of the country?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess to start with support for new farmers and talking about succession planning items that I touched on repeatedly in the first half of our time here. But there are a number of supports that are in place to support new farmers in Nova Scotia, including funding programs, information, and business planning support. So. Already tonight talked a lot about Plant Your Roots, program that I'm so proud of that came from our Nova Scotia Ministers' Youth Council on Agriculture that I developed to get feedback from young people on what they need to recruit other young people, retain young people, and keep them farming. I think, supporting the next generation of farmers is certainly key to the sustainability of the industry, no question. So again, Plant Your Roots recognizes the challenges that new farmers face in securing loans for farm startups. It provides eligible applicants with a rebate of up to $100,000 in interest for the first 4 years of their loan. The Get Growing program helps farmers who have at least 2 years of experience running their farm to expand. So that's speaks to retention. Farmers can receive 50% of costs up to $5,000 for 2 years or $10,000 in total for strategic equipment purchases that will support their business expansion. New farmers also have access to information, farm planning, and business planning supports through ag reps. We've heard time and time again from industry how pleased they are to have ag reps returned to the sector. That's something that our government did. And not just have ag reps in place, but the quality of the work that they're doing in support for their industry. It blows me away, and industry is so appreciative of that. So they have that support. We have some fantastic business development officers in our regional offices. We opened a new office in Nepan to support that area of the province, as well as a Think Farm website, which is in the process of being updated. Perennia hosts the nsnewfarmer.ca website. There's a lot to go through in talking about farmers coming to sell land. We're talking about land that can no longer be farmed in its traditional sense, Mr. Chair. It's assessed by an engineer before purchase, and it's land that's heavily impacted by climate change. So again, going back to recruitment and retention, I mentioned this in my opening remarks that the average age of farmers in Nova Scotia is 58. That's high. Sure, we all know farmers who are older than that, for sure. So we are working on succession planning with the Federation. I talked about Plant Your Roots. I do want to touch on mental health. It's an important part for me. I always tell the story of what I've learned in my few years in this role, and I was always under the impression growing up, the farmers that I knew, they wouldn't say anything if they had some sort of issue. They just kind of suck it up, continue on with their work, and kind of not pay attention to that. So I've learned that that's not the case. Farmers are struggling with their mental health. I've talked about all the challenges that the sector is facing: labor challenges, rising costs, labor. These are in addition to the weather events that we've seen in the last 16 months, whether it's Fiona, whether it's the polar vortex, whether it's wildfires, floods, just an incredibly rainy season that we just went through. So these are all real things that are impacting farmers. And part of that learning for me was leaning into our Atlantic colleagues, and we have a minister in PEI who's done great work on this front, and through the Farmers Talk initiative. And this is a topic that we discuss at every time we meet at the Atlantic ministers level, at the federal ministers. That colleague actually was shuffled out for a brief period, and we said we got to pick up the ball for our colleague here and continue this important work because it is so important. He speaks very passionately about it, and I've seen the impacts of mental health firsthand when I visit farms after these events. So we are investing. We provided $90,000 to the Federation for mental health, supporting each year for 5 years. And another key piece of that, Mr. Chair, is that again, there's important pieces that need to be industry-led. I really do believe that. Not everything can be industry-led, but I believe that mental health is one that should be, because who are we as a government or a bureaucracy to go in and tell farmers what they need? They know what they need. They know how to handle these situations, these questions. So that's why we are working with the Federation to allow them to develop the programs, but we'll continue to work with them.
Recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I mean, I would argue that it's not the agriculture sector's responsibility to provide mental health. That would fall under a very clear mandate of the province, where there is an office of mental health and addictions. So certainly I don't think we can lean on the sector to provide those supports. Those would be, I hope, coming from the province, especially considering there was a commitment made in the last election for universal mental health care coverage. I think it would be beneficial to have a specific strategy for mental health around farmers, considering they are dealing with a much greater acute mental health issue than the average Nova Scotian. Again, twice as likely to have suicidal ideation than the average worker. That's a startling statistic. And again, one of the reasons why we're having succession issues as well. And I don't think more bureaucracy is going to deal with this issue for us. What we need is bigger margins and a greater domestic market as well as export market for our produce. The province has been sitting on a food and beverage strategy. I'd like to know when the Premier, when the Minister plans on releasing that, and what we can expect to see in that will help increase local food consumption. Again, the situation with local food consumption has been so bad that previous government had to legislate increasing local food consumption to 20%. Because according to the Ecology Action Centre and the agriculture sector, local consumption of locally produced food has been on the decline. So certainly, I know there's things that advocates in the sector have been asking for. The food and beverage strategy, I would like to get an update on that, as well as if the minister is considering the increased funding for nourishing communities for a local food coupon program to make locally produced healthy food more accessible to low-income Nova Scotians. Again, we're dealing with, there's an intrinsic link between access to local healthy food and healthy outcomes and better health outcomes for people and better outcomes for our healthcare system. So considering that we have seen a decline in local food consumption, that is linked to poor health outcomes, and that advocates in the sector have been asking for a food and beverage strategy that's been promised them, and are wondering if the government's going to support their nourishing food coupon program. I'd like to get some answers from the minister on if and when the province is going to move forward with those.
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to clarify, going back to the mental health piece, that certainly would never download this responsibility to industry. The point that I was making was that industry knows industry best, and we will be there to support programs that they develop. We'll work with them, but I see our role in that is funding what they bring forward, and we've done that. We had our Minister of Addictions and Mental Health meet with myself and Farm Safety Nova Scotia to hear their concerns, and that really precipitated our funding in those programs. So that was a catalyst for that. On the Nova Scotia Food and Beverage Strategy, there's been lots of work done on the development of this strategy. I mentioned earlier 12 to 14 departments, really a cross-government approach at various stages, and others were consulted. The working group did a review of existing food-related initiatives in government with more than 90 identified. They talked to key partners about what should be included, and then did a public consultation on potential focus areas, talked about the public consultation, 1,900 responses from Nova Scotians. We're very appreciative of their input. And we put together What We Heard report, which was released publicly this year. And government continues to review all the work to see how it aligns with existing priorities and initiatives. In the meantime, we are working on projects to enhance awareness, increase production, and improve access to healthy local food. For example, we're promoting local foods here and abroad, as well as agriculture awareness through Agriculture in the Classroom, something I talked about in my opening remarks, encouraging technology and varieties to help extend growing seasons, supporting value added in both large and small scale processing, and implementing pilots in a variety of public institutions to encourage use of food products grown here in Nova Scotia. And again, Mr. Chair, I'll repeat that the food and beverage strategy is important. We continue to work on it, but that's not stopping us from bringing in programs and support that are important to Nova Scotians. Just as a government, so proud to announce our school lunch policy. That's a key part of what we heard, is getting more local healthy food into our schools and in our institutions in general. Again, I talked earlier about this, but the question was raised. Putting more local food into our institutions. Why were we not doing this before? Into our government-owned hospitals, our long-term care facilities, our schools, our correctional facilities. We introduced a pilot at Northwood, the largest long-term care facility in Atlantic Canada, and we saw an increase of 3.5% in their local buying. And to you and me, Mr. Chair, that might not sound like a lot, but when you're talking about the largest long-term care facility in Atlantic Canada, it is a big difference. It's changing patterns. We introduced a pilot at IWK, and we've heard about how excited that the kids are about getting local apple slices from the Windsor, from the Station Food Hub in the Windsor area, or made with local bars that are being made available to doctors and nurses when they're on break, when they don't have time to sit down and have a full meal. They can grab something quickly. These are local products that we're putting in that are making a difference in our institutions. Our school food pilot, our fresh food carts in Chignecto Central, and recently the Strait Regional Centre for Education. We heard that some people felt these might be patchwork, but what they've done through their funding is to help institutions learn how to take down some of the barriers that come with purchasing local food. And again, I'd go back to our stats from Northwood on the successful Northwood pilot. We're seeing that. So now as we roll out a school lunch program, they already know how to find local. And I believe it was Northwood that, I mentioned in my opening remarks, we replaced 13 imported food categories with local products. So that is substantial. So we are doing that important work that is included in a more fulsome food and beverage strategy. We're doing that work now. We'll continue to do it, and we'll continue to work on the overall strategy. On the question of the Nourishing Food Program, that is administered through Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage. It's not something that the Department of Agriculture plays a role in, but it's done through CCTH.
Recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Certainly that would be a program I think that the agriculture sector would benefit from, and I know they'd appreciate some advocacy from the minister at the cabinet table on that, recognizing it's being administered by a different department, but it is one government. I believe that hopefully has an agenda here to increase local food consumption. We are hearing from the agriculture sector and advocates that local food consumption has been going down. I know that the minister has been promoting data related from a survey that suggests the numbers are above the 20% of the legislated mandate. Does the minister have confidence in that data?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to touch on the point around advocacy around the cabinet table. Yeah, I remember a question raised at one point. You know, can this minister advocate on behalf of industry? Well, the answer, first of all, is yes. But I say, secondly, it isn't just me. We've got great colleagues across cabinet and all of government who are advocates for industry. So certainly not alone in that. And I look at my colleagues in the room and know how much it means to them. But the proof is in the pudding. You know, every time industry has needed us following us, you know, whether it's a severe weather event, we've been there. $19 million post Fiona, $15 million for the polar vortex, funding following wildfires in HRM and the South Shore area, and just recently the season response gap, $9.2 million. We've been there. I've talked about, you know, budget increases in the last couple of years. You know, that's something that industry is very appreciative of. Industry has said, you know, we need you to invest in us, but we need you to listen. And so I've mentioned the investments. We've listened. We've brought back the ag reps. We've brought meat inspectors back into the department. That's been so appreciative. When I talk about Fiona, I talked about you know, the need for simple application, because farmers were you know, were faced with just unimaginable loss, the biggest hurricane in terms of agricultural impact in the province's history. So, you know, they told us that we don't need to jump through a bunch of hoops. We needed to be simple. So that's what we did as a department. We did a one-window application. We've taken that approach forward with our programs, our federal provincial programs, to make them easier for people to apply to. And we've done it with this new season response gap. So we are listening and investing in industry. In terms of the baseline methodology, so just for background, in September of 2022, the department hired the Canadian Agri-Food Foresight Institute, or CAFI for short, to create a methodology and conduct an analysis for measuring the baseline consumer spend in Nova Scotia toward local food. In January last year, CAFI ran a preliminary test of this new local food measurement model by conducting a survey of 500 Nova Scotians through the polling firm Angus Reid. The preliminary findings estimated that, on average, a little more than 27% of participants' food spend, not including restaurants or takeout meals, were spent on local food products in the last 12 months. This survey also confirmed that this methodology would be easy to replicate going forward. To gain confidence in the model, a second test was completed in April, involving 511 Nova Scotians. It found a higher average, just over 34% for local food products. A third test of the model was completed in October, involving 500 Nova Scotians. The results then were an average of almost 33%. These results are consistent with the two previous tests, providing us with an overall range of 27 to 34% of participants' food expenses being spent on local products in the last 12 months. All three surveys drew upon the local food definitions that were developed by the Department of Agriculture and Perennia in collaboration with industry. The differences between the surveys can likely be attributed to seasonal variation in the types and amount of local food available to consumers. This methodology was a first of its kind, so the Dalhousie Agri-Food Analytics Lab, on behalf of CAFI, submitted a scientific article to a peer-reviewed journal. The article was published in Foods on September 19, 2023. Going forward, we plan to continue running this model a few times per year to track the Nova Scotia consumer spend of local products. We feel confident in the process and results, and will look forward to growing the percentage through our buy local marketing efforts and the assistance from all of you supporting the growth of our agriculture sector. Nova Scotia grown or produced foods are widely available throughout the province at meat shops, fruit and vegetable shops, grocery chains, and farmers markets.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I mean, if the minister has confidence in the survey data, that makes me worried, because the authors don't have confidence in this. And I'll read specifically the words verbatim from the authors on this method of collecting data on consumption. The authors note, when utilizing surveys prompting participants to recall local food purchases in dollars or as a percentage of total expenditure over a specific period, biases come into play. Notably, the desirability bias is manifested where individuals tend to over-report socially desirable behaviors while under-reporting those deemed less acceptable. Therefore, it is assumed that people tend to over-report their local food consumption due to its societal desirability. The authors continue, it is imperative to underscore that our findings predominantly portray the consumer's perspective as opposed to reflecting actual consumption patterns. Giving this premise, coupled with inherent sources of bias, such as desirability bias, fallible recollection, and inaccuracies in food reporting, the resultant percentage projection is inclined toward over-evaluation relative to authentic consumption. The yielded figure predominantly encapsulates the consumer's perception, illuminating their conception of local alimentary acquisitions rather than an accurate manifestation of real-world purchases. So here's the issue that we have here is we've got a government that's saying, check the box, we have already exceeded our legislative percentage points based on this study, and the authors themselves are saying you can't use this study to tell anybody that. The study is inherently flawed, and I think we can just consider around this table if somebody asked any one of us how much of our food is locally that we consume is locally produced. How many of us are going to know the answer to that? I don't know. I don't know if the shrimp that I eat in my local chowder is locally produced or if it's coming from Thailand. That isn't something that people generally know. Which is why I think there's a major discrepancy in what the minister is saying and promoting publicly with this data and what the agriculture sector is saying and what advocacies and like the advocacy sector like the Ecology Action Center and in farmers markets are saying. There's a major discrepancy here. We're hearing the consumption of local produce has gone down around 10%. The problem is we don't know because the minister's actually not tracking what the consumption data is. He's tracking what people think they eat locally. Does the minister see the inherent flaw of using this survey-based data over actually using consumption data? And will he reconsider his methodology of collecting this data? I also want to ask the minister related to the poultry sector, because I may not have time to get another question in. Okay, I'll have one more question after that. But I mean, we've got a real problem with leaning on survey data to try and answer this question. And is the minister actually going to change that so we can get hard data that's based on reality?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the data was generated by a reputable research firm, research team rather, and they will continue to advise us on improvements to the methodology. We're also working with industry to capture feedback and how we can continue to improve on this critical baseline number. This methodology is the first of its kind. Is it perfect? No. Is it better than we had? Yeah, it sure is, because we had nothing. We had nothing to start with. So we are starting, and we'll use these numbers to identify gaps and where we can do better, where we can make improvements. If there's a suggestion that that we've checked a box and we're just going to put our feet up and be done, that is certainly not the case. I've always said, the 20% goal is a floor, not a ceiling. And now that we have the number, we'll continue to work on improving it again, to identify those gaps and see where we can do better. But now that we have the baseline, we'll work with industry. We'll continue to update the number. We can run the survey numerous times a year, and we will do that, and we'll track it going forward and continue to make improvements.
Recognize the Honourable Member Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I mean, that's the issue, is that we don't have an accurate baseline here. According to the authors of this report, these numbers are going to be overestimated. So we don't know what the baseline is. And again, there's a discrepancy from what we're hearing from the sector and what the minister is reporting publicly as fact. And that variance is like 17%, which is humongous. So if we're actually going to get to the bottom of this, if we're actually going to know if our efforts are succeeding, we have to have a better model of collecting the data that actually is data driven, that's not based on consumer, that's based on consumer behavior, not on consumer perception of their behavior. Again, the authors, I could not have said it better than the authors of the report themselves, who said, this cannot be used as an accurate reflection of what's happening locally. My last question to the minister. So again, I think before I get to that, if we're going to use data, this is not a baseline that has to be recognized. This is not accurate information. It's survey driven and based on what people are guessing, not about what they're actually doing. And if we're going to spend more money on this, I'd like to know why. However, my last question to the minister is, has he met with Eden Valley Poultry? They are one of the most crucial poultry processing companies in the province. And I know they've been trying to get a meeting with the minister. Could the minister please inform the committee, yes or no, if he's met with Eden Valley?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just disagree for the record that we don't have a baseline. This is a baseline. We can disagree on its accuracy, but this is a baseline. We've had nothing before, nothing to start with. So we'll continue to run the model going forward numerous times a year. And again, if the number isn't perfect, if it isn't exact, we can certainly see the trends of where it's going. If it's going down, then yes, that's a concern. If it's improving, then we know we're doing something right, and that's how we'll use it going forward. And now that we have the methodology, there is no more money to be spent. Like, we have this going forward. Again, no other government has done anything like this. So we have it in our back pocket now, and we'll continue to use it to influence how we support our industry. The consumer bias was factored into the methodology to the best of CAFI's ability. The model provides us a tool that we can use to track local spending going forward. There are no stats available to track actual spending on this way, which is why we went to this approach. There's lots of issues with point of sale or how it will be done. So this is how we decided to go forward, and I guess we can disagree, but I am confident that the number will help us support industry going forward. On the question of Eden Valley, yes, certainly been to the facility with a member from Kings West who is a great advocate for that facility. Talked to them several times, realized their importance, not just to the region, not just to the member where the member represents, but the entire province in terms of what they buy from farmers right across the province, and they're also a key driver in supporting local. I believe it's 150,000 chickens a day that go through that facility, and we see them in our local stores, in our Sobeys, in our Costco's, in our fast food restaurants. So certainly recognize the importance of Eden Valley.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
I will yield my time, but before I do, I'd like to say if the government would have executed on their platform commitment with the Nova Scotia Loyal Program, which was I think a credit-based system, reward-based system to track local buying of local produce, then they'd actually have a very direct way of knowing what the point of sale is on these things. So that's a commitment that was made by the government. I think that would be one that would be a good one to move forward with, to actually get a data point on that. They have to meet with our processors. We are in a processing crisis as well. We're losing abattoir capacity. And if we keep losing that capacity, we are not going to be able to process food here in our province. We've lost the abattoir in Yarmouth, and we can potentially lose it in other parts of the province. And I certainly know Eden Valley is worried about their long-term competitiveness. So that's certainly something I think that the minister needs to pay attention to. And with that said, I will yield my time to the member for Halifax, Citadel Sable Island.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And can you just clarify how much time is left?
In the entire 4-hour span, there's 25 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay. So I will perhaps table my remaining questions as written questions for the minister. But I do want to hop in on this question of the study that was done in determining a baseline for local food consumption. So, in fact, certainly I can recognize a risks section of research that outlines the different biases and that sort of stuff. That's how you produce a credible research report, is you consider what the weaknesses might be and you try and account for them. So that's, but I also think that there were other sources of data that could have been replicated. And in fact, we did have earlier data that was developed by the Ecology Action Centre and others in partnership using Stats Canada farm sales data. So I'm just curious about why, in fact, that wasn't suggested as a way, perhaps you wanted to do this survey, but that, other bits of data could have been used to triangulate the results. So you could have looked at what people reported, and then you could have looked at what StatsCan has as farm sales, And that could also give you an idea of where the consumption is. So why weren't other methodologies chosen?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The prior approaches do not include everything we wanted to count as local consumption. Every group had a different method. That's problematic. They couldn't necessarily agree. And there is some data that is only reported every 2 years, not every year. So again, this is what we felt was the best methodology to determine this baseline.
Recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
I cede the rest of my time to the honourable member from Cumberland North.
I recognize the Honourable Member Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister for this time to answer some questions. I know he's been up in Cumberland with my colleague from Cumberland South, and we thank you for coming up to our county. Cumberland has 30% or more of the arable farmland in Nova Scotia, and agriculture is a very important industry for us in that area. And of course, we have Maritime Pride Eggs, and they process 14.5 million eggs a month. Yeah, in our industrial park. It's pretty amazing. And they're bringing in robotics and just continually expanding. They're doing amazing. Well, also in Cumberland, we have Cavendish Farms now. They grow many of their potato seedlings in our area. And of course, we have large maple industry, and love to invite the minister to come up and enjoy some of our maple syrup in the next few weeks if he's able. And of course, large blueberry industry, beef, and produce, some organic, some not. And I also was very grateful, as the farmers were, that the minister opened an agriculture office in Cumberland, and that's something we've been asking for, or I've been asking for since first elected in 2017, and I know many people have been asking for that, so we're very grateful to have that. And just recently, the minister, I'm sure, will be happy to know we were able to help, that office was able to help a local organic producer in the Wallace area get some licensing that was needed, and we were very grateful. They were very grateful. Just was able to have, it was so nice to have someone local that could help us with that. And then also, I just have to say thank you to the Buy Nova Scotia First Act was an act that I first tabled back in 2020. And it was something that the PC party had supported me in tabling, and it was so that hospitals and local institutions would buy local food. So I was so encouraged to see the government put that into action not too long ago. And then something else that we've been asking for that recently you did, the minister did, was support our maritime beef strategy. Very important to Cumberland County. So I just wanted to highlight all those things. We're very grateful for the department's work up in our area. I'm just taking it easy on you. And I did have a question about the maritime beef strategy, and wondering if the minister could highlight what the funding was for, and what is the future plan for the maritime beef strategy for our province, for our government to support that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was, when the members started talking about all the great things going on in Cumberland County, I was furiously making notes about all we've done in the last 2.5 years, and then the member listed them all for me, so that's great. So I don't need to go through them all. I don't need to talk about our new Nepan office. I don't need to talk about our ag rep, who is so appreciated by industry. I've heard nothing but glowing reviews from this ag rep, so industry really does appreciate all the good work that she's doing. And yeah, support for the beef sector. So we are working to increase local food consumption and the percentage of Nova Scotians' food budget spent on locally grown and produced foods. I really believe that Nova Scotia is in a great position to be competitive in the beef market. Consumers want quality, affordable local products, and our producers are ready to meet that need by increasing the number of cattle raised here at home. In my travels across the province, Mr. Chair, I've heard from many farmers about what's next for Nova Scotia, and there's so much agreement that we are poised to be a major player in beef in this province, and so I'm happy to support that, and that's why we're investing in new programs and projects to help beef farmers. To assist with this, we're working with beef producers on new initiatives that increase beef production here in Nova Scotia and help the industry stay competitive and consumer-focused. We're collaborating with other departments, industry, academic, and marketing partners on the Nova Scotia Beef Initiative. That includes more investment in the Nova Scotia Cattle Producers Elite Sire Program. That's the bull bonus, Mr. Chair. It encourages the purchasing of high-quality sires. An updated forage production guide with information about optimal diet and cost of production to raise more cattle locally. Addressing training needs of Nova Scotia meat processors. So certainly that's something we're hearing, and working with our colleagues in advanced education on filling some of those gaps. Support for cattle producers to adopt new management practices and farm innovations that will prepare the industry for climate change. Provincial marketing to drive consumer awareness of the value of consuming healthy local beef along with other Nova Scotia products. This one's so important. We do have a great beef industry here. They're ready to expand, they're ready to grow, but they need some help. And that's what we're doing with this $950,000 over 2 years. And all these are so important, but we have to do a better job of making Nova Scotians aware of what great quality beef we're producing here at home. So that's a key part of it as well. A new feedlot pilot program to encourage producers to grow their cattle in Nova Scotia instead of shipping out of province. You know, on the processing side of it, I've certainly toured the Atlantic Beef facility in Borden, or maybe it's Albany PEI. You know, they're a willing partner. They're ready to work with us. They say they have capacity to take in more Nova Scotia beef, so they're right there with us. And we want to trade more at home as well. So we also have the new Provincial Beef Initiative Steering Committee, including representatives from the Department, Nova Scotia Cattle Producers, Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board, Perennia, and industry. We have different members of industry from across the province. They'll work to inform the work with the province investing, as I mentioned, close to $1 million over 2 years. I think that's what I would have to say about the beef sector. And just going back to my notes, Mr. Chair, there was a comment about maple syrup. Nobody enjoys a nice glass of maple syrup more than I do, so I'll look forward to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize
I look forward to one at the end of the night, as a matter of fact.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you know, I grew up drinking maple syrup too, so I can appreciate that. My uncle Wendell, who passed away 3 years ago, he was actually the largest producer in all of Atlantic Canada for several years, and probably, well, think back to my age, probably 40 years ago, he had over 60,000 trees tapped. But he's one of many, many producers, or he was one of many, many producers here. I wanted to just ask the minister a bit more about the beef industry with regards to processing and inspection, I guess. So has there been any work done for to try to work more with our maritime partners? And of course, at Cumberland, we do have a unique situation being a border community, and it's very frustrating, the interprovincial barriers that we have. And the inspection laws can be a real barrier. And many people believe that if we could work more collaboratively, even if it was just with New Brunswick, but I believe if we worked with PEI and New Brunswick on this, we would be able to increase our local food production and usage dramatically. And beef is one of those things, but all meat. So, for example, one local business owner I knew a few years ago had brought in some New Brunswick sausages and ended up literally having to throw them all out because they had come across the provincial border. And the business owner just lost thousands and thousands of dollars. And there was really no need of that, but it was because of our interprovincial barriers and because our provinces aren't working together. And I'm wondering if the minister could maybe speak to that. Is there any work being done that could try to remove some of the barriers between at least Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and PEI?
Minister, before I recognize you, we have about 9 minutes would conclude our 4-hour, so I'm not sure how much you need for closing remarks, but I'll recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Just about 10 minutes or so. About a minute.
Okay.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member for the question. I guess I'll start with just sort of an overall philosophy, I guess, when we talk about Atlantic Partnership. I talked earlier in my remarks about learning a lot in this role in respect to mental health. One of the first things I understood was the need for Atlantic cooperation. Because, I realized right off the hop that, individually, we're a small province, as is New Brunswick, as is PEI, as is Newfoundland. When you compare, I guess, agricultural juggernauts of Saskatchewan and Ontario and Alberta and places like that out west. So the very first conversation I had with my colleague from New Brunswick, the Honourable Margaret Johnson, was we really do need to find a way to work together on a number of issues, and we've taken that philosophy forward to the FPT table. I believe it was the first time that we know of that we met as Atlantic ministers, to discuss challenges and opportunities within the Atlantic sector. And that's been so valuable going forward. Our federal colleagues call us the East Coast Mafia, as a matter of fact. So we've done a lot of work on that, and I mentioned earlier as well about our most recent meeting of Atlantic ministers in January in Charlottetown. And, the challenges facing the movement of meat and beef was discussed. The interprovincial movement, as a member mentioned, just has so many barriers that need to be addressed, and we'll always pursue what's possible. But I think I'd say we're probably in early stages of that, just based on there's different levels of inspection when you're talking about different provinces. So, those are all things that have to be addressed. But all to say that we recognize the opportunity that is there for Atlantic collaboration and promoting our beef sector as a whole. We're working toward livestock price insurance as an Atlantic region. So the Maritime Beef Strategy is a pan-Atlantic initiative that we collaborate on with PEI in New Brunswick. We're committed to the strategy to support their efforts in beef production and herd health. So I always say with the Atlantic region, there's no need to reinvent the wheel. I talked about the good work being done by PEI in mental health. There's already the Atlantic Beef facility in PEI. We don't need to stand up another one of those. So it really is finding ways to work together with our Atlantic colleagues to promote Nova Scotia, not just beef, but all Nova Scotia products within the Atlantic region.
Approximately 5 minutes left. You may have time for a quick one, or I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will make a couple comments and just ask a question about it. But thank you for the Minister. I'm glad to hear that the department's working on that. And I wanted just to put a plug in for the Farmers Market Program. I know that other members have already brought this up, and I believe it's administered through Community Cultures, Tourism, and Heritage, but I just wanted to emphasize how successful that program has been up in our area. The village of Pugwash has a very successful, maybe one of the most successful farmers markets in the province. And one of the leaders, one of our community leaders, Jennifer Hotailing, she's a local councillor. She's really spearheaded a lot of the work there, and they've recently put solar panels on the farmers market. But they've been administering the coupons, and they've had just an incredible number of people that really were in need, that were able to buy local food that otherwise probably wouldn't have. And about 2 weeks ago, I had a really difficult conversation with a senior who is having a lot of difficulties trying to put food on the table. She cares for her disabled husband, and she was saying, how are you going to help me? So I suggested her getting in contact with the farmers market and trying to get some of these coupons so that she can have healthy local food. But I just wanted to ask the minister if he does support this program, and will he work with his colleagues to try to grow access, knowing that it will help both people in need, and also our local farmers.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Chair. Appreciate the question, and as the member highlighted, that this really is a program that's administered through Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage, but that doesn't mean that we're not working with our colleagues across cabinet and across government. You know, obviously food security is a mandate of the Department of Community Services. We work with them. Work very closely with CCTH. Certainly have heard from members opposite through the last year or so the importance of this program, so that's not lost on me. You know, we support farmers markets in a number of ways. They're vital for food security in our smaller communities, and supporting our local farmers and getting more local food on the plates of Nova Scotians. So I would say that I would continue to advocate with my colleagues on not only this program, but any program that would address food security and local food consumption.
Thank you. I would now invite the Honourable Minister to make some closing remarks and to read the resolution. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank you for your stewardship of this process, and the members for their questions about the department and the industry that we support and we're so passionate about. We may not be the biggest department, but we play a big role in supporting communities and the economy through working with industry to promote exports and the production of healthy local food for Nova Scotians. We certainly recognize there are challenges: climate change, inflationary costs, labor being some of the big ones. But we're working closely with the sector and our partners to face these challenges head on. Again, I want to thank Deputy Robichaud, Mike O'Brien, and the team for all their support. We have dedicated people who are working hard and committed to supporting and building this sector, and together we will continue to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just read this thing. Is that okay? Resolved that a sum not exceeding $46,682,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor. Did I say million to be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Agriculture pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? Yes. The resolutions are stood. It is, that concludes our 4 hours. We will meet back in the main chamber, so thank you.